Secretary of African
Capacity building.
Different.
Okay. Yeah.
What is the name? Thank you, MC. He was just introducing himself to me in those days when I started as a champion of SMEs with 100-day-old chicks at the back of my house. And then it grew. I grew it to become one of the biggest poultry establishments in this country. Before I moved into the Association of Ghana Industries as the president for 4 years. Thank you, MC, for remembering. I couldn't even remember when he was buying the processed chicken and other things from our shops. Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel Kicha, the Director of Stanford Seed Transformation Program, West Africa. Prof. Samuel Bonsu, Director of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. Mr. Carl Richards, President of the Seed Transformation Network. Then Mr. Ian Mashingaldi, the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation, am I right? Or maybe representing him. And then our own Prof. Lee, who is the Executive Director, Center for Regional Integration in Africa. Forgive me if I've missed any of the important personalities around here. I'm sure they'll be acknowledged later. Distinguished participants, friends from the media who are here with us today, I have the greatest pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the International Advisory Council of the Center for Regional Integration in Africa to this first SME conference and training for intra-African trade with a focus on breaking business barriers for the African Continental Free Trade Area acceleration. This conference couldn't have come at a better time than this. One of the major mandates of the Center for Regional Integration in Africa is to respond to the widely felt institutional and resource capacity need of the African regional and continental integration schemes, which seeks to promote greater understanding of how major international development hinder regional integration policies and programs in Africa. It's a major mandate of CREA, the Center for Regional Integration in Africa. With the above mandate in view, CREA is therefore very happy indeed to join our partners to host this great conference, which has attracted, I'm informed, over 150 partners and participants from Senegal, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, Namibia, South Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, and Kenya. Quite an assembly of representatives from these countries. Thank you very much for coming. Let's look at a few issues on business barriers hindering intra-African trade, with SMEs in focus. In most of the African countries, SMEs are the backbone of the economies. SMEs contribute around 80% of the labor force in most countries, but are mostly marginalized with limited capacity to develop and grow to contribute meaningfully to the GDP of their countries. SMEs in Africa indeed have a lot of challenges in development and growth. Some of our governments do not understand the dynamics of informal SMEs. In a book which I wrote in 2018, after my tenure as the president of AGI, I did a little bit of research into SMEs and the dynamics which really pushed them on. The title of the book was Growing the Ghanaian Informal and Small Businesses. I highlighted most of the challenges and hindrances to the growth of this huge sector of African economies. Most governments are now gradually bringing some policies to address these barriers. In Kenya, for instance, the Juakali system has helped the formal and informal sectors to relate very well. And many other African governments are learning from the Kenyan experiment. Without these huge SMEs growing, they will become a great barrier and hindrance to intra-African trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area should see to the removal of the artificial national boundaries to ensure the free flow of goods and services for intra-African trade. Public and civil servants should be trained to help develop the private sector in Africa. In fact, in some countries, some of the public servants and government appointees are competitors to the private sector. They have their own companies or are agents of private companies. They therefore don't have time to see to the development of the real people who are working in the private sector. This becomes a major barrier to the full development of SMEs. It is my hope, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that if all African countries fully embrace the tenets of the African Continental Free Trade Area and allow its protocols to work unhindered, intra-African trade will soon expand to the levels of the Asian tigers and even that of Europe. At the end of these 2 days of interactive discussions on this important topic on SMEs perspectives, it is hoped that we shall all return to our various countries with fresh ideas to transform foundation for the growth of acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area protocols. With these few remarks, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming in to take part in this great program. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Why? You can take it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's put our hands together once again for Berima Dr. Nana Owusu, a free year then Koswahini of Rara traditional area, a ferry. Then Koswahini of Rara traditional area, and also the chairperson of the chairman for a group of companies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you heard him acknowledging that if you are an SME here, that's a senior most SME that you just saw there. He's been at this for a way long time, and to the benefit of most of us in this country, he's driven the economy of this country for several years, and we are all indebted to him. Let's put our hands together once again for him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nana highlighted the significance of SMEs and the role that a lot of institutions play in to make this happen. Some of the institutions have brought all of us here together today, and quite a number of them, partners who believe in the cause of SMEs, are gathered here. Today we are going to listen to some of them and the reasons why they believe so much in the cause of SMEs, and in particular the economic integration agenda of Africa and the role SMEs can play. We're going to welcome first the partners' remarks. So we're starting off with the African Capacity Building Foundation, and with a big round of applause, we invite Mr. Mamadou Bite, Executive Secretary. Let's put our hands together for him. And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to do a quick tweak to the agenda that we have because of an urgent schedule that needs to be attended to immediately. We're going to take a keynote address instead right now to attend to some significant and urgent agendas that are waiting somewhere. So with a big round of applause, we are inviting the Chief of Staff of the AfCFTA Secretariat. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Silva Ojako.
Thank you very much, Samuel. My name is Silva Ojako. I'm here on behalf of Secretary General Wamkele Mene. He should have wished to be in this meeting because we attach a lot of importance to the SMEs, but because of a very tight schedule, he's not able to be with us, and so he asked me to deliver the remarks on his behalf. As a matter of fact, he will be traveling to Kigali, so he's arranging to travel to Kigali this morning. I want to start with Nana Owusu Afari, chairman of Afariwa Group of Companies and former president of the Association of Ghana Industries, and also a member of the Board of Trustees of the Center for Regional Integration in Africa. Mr. Mamadou Bite, the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. Professor Tlu, my sister, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Regional Integration in Africa. My brother, Professor Samuel Bonsu, Rector of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. My brother, Anthony Nyami Bafe, whom we are with in the trenches of the discussions on the AfCFTA a few years ago. The Board of Trustees, the development partners, distinguished members of the private sector, the small and medium enterprises, ladies and gentlemen. I bring greetings from and good wishes from His Excellency Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, under whose leadership the Secretariat is working tirelessly with AfCFTA state parties and the private sector to ensure an effective and inclusive implementation of the AfCFTA. And it's a pleasure for us to participate in this important 2023 SME conference to share our perspectives on concrete interventions to remove barriers to trade for the meaningful participation of African private sector, especially the small and medium enterprises in the African Continental Free Trade Area. When we were negotiating, and Anthony is here to bear witness, we had many sessions. And one of the things that we said is that the agreement we were creating was not for the big corporations. And that is what the Secretary General always says. This is something that we discussed in the negotiating room. And we said that the big corporations, Coca-Cola, Shell, Total Energies, and all the big corporations, they know which numbers to call to remove barriers at the border. The SMEs don't have those numbers to call. And I was talking to Professor, and she said they don't even know whether they have the right to call. So we said that we are creating the agreement for the SMEs. And this is because for some of us, whenever we used to visit the borders of our countries, we would see women, young women, old women, young men, old men, crossing the border with 10 trays of eggs, 5 trays of eggs, a carton of soap, our African soap, a carton of African soap, a carton of across the border, back and forth, back and forth. And they are being stopped, and they say, where are you going? Where are you taking the soap? Where are you taking the eggs? Where are you taking? So that's why we thought that this agreement is for the SMEs. And that is the message we continue to say. Ladies and gentlemen, the value proposition of trade as an engine of development is accepted, and we know that in statistics, it shows that a 1% increase in trade on the continent, in our continent, could generate $70 billion as revenue, which is higher than what we get as development assistance. We get $58 billion in a year. That's in 2021, we got $58 billion as development assistance. As opposed to if we increased our trade by 1 percentage point, we would be generating $79 billion. Clearly 21 billion above the 58 billion that we get as development assistance. The journey to the establishment of the implementation of the AfCFTA is marked by a very strong political commitment and a political will of the African heads of state and government, and the enthusiasm and eagerness of the private sector to change the destiny of the African people by making a commitment the continent an economic powerhouse. The AfCFTA is the first agreement to demonstrate the political commitment. The AfCFTA is the first agreement in the world to have entered into force within a year. Within a year of the signature of the agreement, which was in March 2018, in 2019, on the 30th of May, the agreement legally entered into force. The fastest ever. You can't find this, not in the WTO, not in the Americas, not in the Asian continent. This is a demonstration of the political and strong will, but also the demonstration of the need for Africa to rise and develop. And it has generated a lot of interest from the private sector, and that's why we are gathered in this room this morning. According to the World Bank, when we implement the AfCFTA, which we are doing now, we will be able to lift 30 million Africans out of extreme poverty. Extreme poverty means living below $1 a day. That is what is called the extreme poverty. And to boost the incomes of nearly 68 million who live on less than $5.5 a day, and to boost the income, Africa's income, by $450 billion by 2035. So some 15 years from, 12 years from now, our income should be up by another $450 billion as a result of the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's expected to boost wages for both skilled and unskilled workers, 10.3% for unskilled workers, and 9.8% for skilled workers, and to spur a 10.5% wage gains for women compared to 9.9% for men. The AfCFTA creates a market. This is information that you all know by now. It creates a market of 1.3 billion. I'm sure that we have added probably another 50 billion by the end of this year. With a 3.4 trillion combined GDP. And what this means for the African businesses is that if you have been producing for, Samuel referred to shea nut in Tamale. Who comes from Tamale with the shea nut? So you have been producing for 30 million in Ghana, the population, the shea oil. Now you have 1.3 billion people looking for shea nut. That's what it means. That's what the agreement means for you. That instead of producing for 30 million people in Ghana, now you have a market of 1.3 billion. And maybe you can do some computation to realize that out of the 1.3 billion Africans, there may be about 600 million women who would like to use the shea product to make the skin better. So there you are, you have a market, my brother. 1.3, that's what the AfCFTA means for you, that you have not 30 million people in Ghana, you have 1.3 billion people in Africa. Such a significant expansion of the customer base translates into increased revenues, but we have work to do. In order for you to increase the revenues, in order for you to serve the market, as an SME, you need to upscale your production. You need to upscale to increase your production. If you have been producing 1 ton of cosmetics, now is the time to go to 2 tons, 3 tons, 5 tons, 10 tons, and upwards. And how do you do that? Because then those are the things that you need to be able to look into. And when I read through the challenges in the concept note that was sent to us by Professor, we realize that there are challenges, and that's why we are here. We need to talk about the challenges and how to address them. The AfCFTA aims to promote industrial development through the diversification, regional value chain development, and food security. Thank you, Nana, for producing those eggs. We need them. We need them for the food security of the continent. Although all African businesses may not have the capacity and the financial muscle to produce goods and or to supply services for the market of 1.3 billion, they can be key players in a specific value chain. We may not all be able to have the financial muscle to meet, but you can be a part of a player in a value chain. I'll give you an example. Now we talk about the 4 regional value chains that we have been selected: automobile sector, pharmaceutical, transport and logistics, and then agro-processing. Eggs are a key ingredient in making mayonnaise. So Nana can be part of the value chain because his eggs will be needed to make mayonnaise. If you produce cassava, cassava starch is a key ingredient in pharmaceutical industry. If you produce salt, salt is a key ingredient in pharmaceutical industry. So you may not do the whole value chain, but you can be a player in the value chain. If you are able to produce tires, you will be a key player supplying tires to Toyota Ghana, the assembly plant which we are establishing here. Toyota is establishing an assembly plant. VW, there's a plant here. Hyundai, there's a plant. Nissan, there's a plant. And Kia also is setting a plant at Amansaman, I think. This is where the Kia plant is. So you can be a player in that chain. You may not produce the entire car, but you can produce a part of the car. Because the engineers tell us that there are 30,000 parts in a car. So which of the 30,000 parts in a car can you produce as an SME? Is it a driving mirror? Is it one of those plastic parts inside the bonnet? Or the tubes that supply fuel from the tank to the engine to run? Or is it spark plugs you can make? Because this is within the reach. You can do it. So you can be part of the chain. Agricultural development is critical to ensuring food security on the continent. Indeed, the United Nations Environmental Program indicates that we hold 65% of the world's arable land is in Africa. That is 860 million hectares of land. This is what we have. That is the 65% of arable land in the world. We hold it here, 860 million hectares. What we are using is about 240. So there is a whole 600 million hectares which is lying idle or underutilized. Or when you move in Ghana, you see it. You go to Ho, you see. You go to Kumasi, you see the land. You go to Cape Coast, to Western region, you see the land is there. And that is the same, by the way, for all the countries in the continent. So you see it. And we have 10% of the planet's internal renewable fresh water. And the Lake Volta, the River Niger, the River Niger, the River Nile, the River Congo, Lake Victoria, and so on. So these are these resources which are available to us as a continent. It further indicates, that report of UNEP indicates that over 70% of the people living in sub-Saharan Africa depend on forests and woodland for their livelihood. And we can do better. We can do better than just depend on forests and woodland. So through diversification and value chain development under the AfCFTA, smallholder farmers will play an important role in ensuring food security as their produce are used for further transformation into sophisticated agricultural products ready for consumption in the African market. I just gave an example of cassava, into cassava starch that can feed into the pharmaceutical industry, into confectionery, and so on and so forth. So that is part of what we can do as the continent and as SMEs. The AfCFTA creates a single and liberalized market for African goods and services and contributes to the movement of capital and business persons and facilitates investment. Because now we just concluded an investment protocol. It is something that you can exploit. You can invest in Ghana, but tomorrow, because of that common regime, if you decide that you want to go and invest in Kenya or in Zimbabwe or in South Africa, few things that are still being fine-tuned, but if you feel that you need to take your investment outside Ghana, you'll still be able to do, and the same regime will be applying in whichever country you'll be able to move in. The AfCFTA seeks to protect and nurture African innovation and creativity and level the playing field to enable small businesses to compete with more established and larger ones, but also to be complementary to those ones. Years ago, I think in 2014, that's about a few years ago, I was in Kinshasa for a meeting, and then we had an example of Nigerian SME that was making motors supplying to General Electric. And then we bring those things from General Electric, we bring them back to Africa. But the part which went to complete that process came from Nigeria. And that is so you can also be part of the AfCFTA creates an inclusive trading regime by addressing specific challenges that SMEs face, women enterprises and youth enterprises, and so on. It is important that, and tomorrow you'll be hearing from some of my colleagues on the rules of origin under the AfCFTA, which are designed, negotiated by our countries to promote the Made in AfCFTA or Made in Africa brand, products and services, and promote regional value chain development. Value must therefore be added to the goods and services traded for a business to take advantage of the market opportunities presented by the AfCFTA. There is an important question that perhaps you would be asking. What is needed for the African businesses and for the SMEs to meaningfully take advantage of the AfCFTA? SMEs are key players, as I have just stated, in the economics of the African countries. The studies show that SMEs make up more than 90%. If you take a head count of the private sector in Ghana or in Uganda, in Tanzania, 90% will be SME. 90% of the enterprises in our continent are SME, and they contribute to 80% of the jobs in the formal sector across Africa. They also contribute to 40% to cross-border trade. And these are the people who cross, as I said, with 5 trays of eggs, a basket of onions, a basket of beans, a basket of yam, and so on, a few tubers of yam across the border. If you don't believe me, you go to the border, sit there, don't do anything, just sit there and observe, and you'll see. You'll see, just pick a sample of like 5 people. You'll see this person crossing with yam, comes back, crosses with yam again. The whole day, this is what he's doing. The whole day, he's crossing with a few tubers of yam across, he comes back, he goes again, he comes back, he goes again, he comes back. By sunset, if you compute what he has got, he's putting food and tuition, he's putting food on the table, but he's also getting tuition for the siblings or for the family, and so on. So that small trade contributes 40% of our cross-border trade. They also sometimes support the big corporations. I was in the border in the eastern part of Africa, and during my previous life. So that's what I used to do. That's how I got to know that SMEs are critical. I would sit at the border, I just observe what is going on, because that's how I understood these big challenges. So the guy on Okada is taking 5 bags of cement, he comes back, he takes another 5, he comes back, takes 3, he comes back, he takes 5, he comes back, until, so when I counted the number of bags, he had filled the truck by the end of the evening. And that is the contribution that you make. It's also true that SMEs lack the required capacity in many respects, and this is clearly spelled out in the concept note here. And these are the things that we would like to address, including non-tariff barriers and so on. So how are we trying to overcome the barriers for SMEs? First, you have access to what the Secretariat working with the member states has developed, the e-tariff book. The e-tariff book shows you all the tariffs across the continent for those member states that have already been able to make their tariff offers. At our website also you'll find the rules of origin manual. Tomorrow my colleague will take you through the rules of origin. Rules of origin is in a preferential trade arrangement such as we have under the AfCFTA are very important. because that's what defines whether you should actually enjoy the preferential treatment or not, the rules of origin. The shea nut from Tamale qualifies 100%. The tree is grown in Tamale. The tree grows in Tamale. It's grown on African soil. It enjoys the rain from the Almighty God in Tamale. It's 100%. If a goat or a sheep is grown in Bolga, so it's 100% because it's bred in Ghana, so it meets the rules of origin. But if I go to Brazil, I bring eggs, and I'm making mayonnaise, and the eggs, I've left Nana's eggs, now I went to Brazil and I brought eggs to make mayonnaise, and the eggs is 50% of the ingredients in the mayonnaise, that mayonnaise might not qualify under the rules of origin. So this is what the rules of origin. Tomorrow you'll get, there's an expert who will come to talk to you about the rules of origin. So the manual is there on the website. We also have the AfCFTA non-tariff barriers elimination, monitoring and elimination mechanism, or non-tariff barriers. The non-tariff barriers, when you see the tariff barriers are tax, you reach there and Ghana Revenue Authority says pay this duty. That's what you know. Now there is what is the non-tariff barrier. Non-tariff barrier can be anything, can be a security person on the road when you are going with your goods and it stops you. And when you stop, there is nothing particularly the security person is actually looking for. So that person becomes a non-tariff barrier to your trade because there is nothing in particular they are looking for. They have just stopped your truck and you are there for 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, a truck would have gone a fairly long distance. But in 30 minutes, you are stuck there. Your engine is idling, and that means that your fuel is going, and your time is also going when you should have delivered the goods to a destination. Or it could be a way station. Could be a way station, could be those paperwork which might not even be necessary because it's not in the regulations. So all those become non-tariff barriers. Sometimes standard, sometimes they are legitimate. They are legitimate non-tariff barriers. For example, standards. Standards can be a legitimate non-tariff barrier because they are not asking for money from you. They are only saying your products don't meet the standard, and so you cannot cross. So that's a non-tariff barrier, but which is legitimate because it's in the law. Now, when it is not in the law, it is becomes a non-tariff barrier of another measure. So then there is the Pan-African payment and settlement system, currency, Lubo, Bolga, and the other borders, Seme in Nigeria, the others in Cote d'Ivoire. They may not necessarily, sometimes I wonder, when I go to the border, they have the exchange rate, which the bank doesn't have. They have the exchange rate there. It's not written, you'll not see it. You'll just go there, I have Ghana cedi. They say, okay, so what do you need? You need CFA, okay, how much Ghana cedi do you have? I have 1,000 Ghana cedi, I want to go to Togo. And they just give you, say, this day. They calculate. So, but the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System is a platform that enables us to trade with our colleagues in Nigeria, where the Naira is the currency, or in Togo or Benin, where the currency is the CFA, and Cote d'Ivoire and so on. So on that platform, a number of banks already in Ghana are switched onto the platform. The central bank gave authority, and a number of banks here are switched onto the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Not only here in Ghana, but also in other parts of the continent, we now have this operational. Then we have the Africa Trade Gateway, which is a trade information gateway, which we developed together with African Export and Import Bank. And it has digital platforms within the ATG, within the Africa Trade Gateway. Mansa is one of them. Now, Mansa is just Mansa, as we know Mansa Musa. So Mansa, why they said Mansa is because from our history, we knew that Mansa was a very rich person north of Ghana somewhere, or that's around. But he knew all his persons. So it's a trusted application, Mansa, that can enable you to identify whether you are trading with the correct person or not. So Mansa is there under the Africa Trade Gateway as a platform. Then the Trade Radar, we call it TRADAR, T-R-A-D-A-R, TRADAR Club. It's a trade radar. We want to know whether actually you are trading with an African company or not, and what are you trading. And then the Africa Trade Exchange, and so on and so. So these are some of the programs that we are developing as accompanying measures for the agreement to enable the SMEs to, and other businesses, of course, to operate. Last year, we started the Guided Trade Initiative here in Accra. Now, the Guided Trade Initiative is not a complex thing. It is using the same instrument that I have said, e-tariff book, rules of origin, certificate of origin, which is AfCFTA certificate of origin, which would be issued by the Revenue Authority, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and so on. Now, the Guided Trade Initiative, because we were being asked at the Secretariat, when are we starting to trade? But actually, you were already trading. Now, the only challenge is that you're trading outside the preferences. You are not using the preferential regime for trade. What you're doing is that you're taking your products to Tanzania, and you are being charged 25%, or your products is being charged 25% duty, because you are not using the preferences. Whereas if your products were accompanied by an AfCFTA certificate of origin, the Tanzanians would now say, this is an African product, it cannot be charged 25% duty, it should now be at 10% duty, and so on. So so the Guided Trade Initiative, we started this last year, and from Ghana, and there was a shipment of ceramic tiles from Takoradi to Cameroon. And Ghana also received, I think, electronic parts for AC systems and so on, which are being assembled here in Accra from Egypt, and cosmetic products and so on, and dried fruit, dehydrated fruit, coffee, tea. These are the products that were exchanged under the first Guided Trade Initiative, and 7 countries were participating in that. This year, we had wanted to run it next month, but events have not been easy to fix the time. So we are postponing it to sometime next year. But already there are 31 countries that have expressed interest in the Guided Trade Initiative. And what you should do as SMEs, in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Togo, in Benin, whichever country you come from, Nigeria, you need to get to your AfCFTA coordination office or the Ministry of Trade or the Chamber of Commerce and say to them you want to participate in the Guided Trade Initiative. I heard that there are some who want to take shea oil to Tanzania. So you need to get to the AfCFTA coordination office at Africa Trade House on the ground floor. Say to them you are interested, so that you are registered and you will be told how to go about this one. We have, recognizing the challenge of financial inclusion for the SMEs, and our president here is the champion for financial inclusion in the continent. So we are entering and talking to different commercial banks to be able to avail funding to SME enterprises. We so far have 2 MOUs, one with the Equity Bank. Equity Bank is in Nairobi. And that MOU is for about $6 billion funding to SMEs. The other one is with the United Bank of Africa, which is here at Heritage House. So that one also we have $6 billion. And there are about 20, 25 countries. Wherever UBA has a branch, there is a figure. I did not exactly put how much money the UBA in Ghana has for SME funding. But the UBA, United Bank of Africa, has funding for SME. Now, outside the commercial bank funding, the AfCFTA Secretariat, under the guidance of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, and working with the African Export and Import Bank, we developed the Adjustment Fund. Now, the Adjustment Fund is expected to support governments for structural adjustment that may arise as a result of implementing AfCFTA revenue laws and so on. But it is also a fund that is set up there for enterprises to borrow money to expand their business. So there is an adjustment fund. A board meeting of the adjustment fund will be held, I think the first board meeting will be held on Friday in Kigali, and that's the reason why His Excellency will be going, Wamkele Mene will be going to Kigali for that meeting. The other initiatives are the AfCFTA Youth Symposium and the AfCFTA Conference on Women in Trade, because we recognize that many of the SME enterprises are really run by women and the youth. And then the AfCFTA Business Forum, which the first edition we did was in Cape Town in April this year. And then the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, the third edition will be held in Cairo, 9th to 15th of November this year. And would like to encourage the SMEs to exhibit under the Intra-Africa Trade Fair in Cairo. You'll probably get to know about this through the AfCFTA Coordination Office. So we'd like to encourage you to take advantage of the instruments that are there. The agreement is an agreement, it's a framework. But then we also realized we needed the measures on the side to support the implementation, and some of those measures are the ones that I have stated above. Our message, the message of the Secretary General, is that of encouragement to the SMEs to seize the opportunities offered by the AfCFTA and to take our destiny in our own hands as a continent. No one will come to develop this continent for us. No one. We have to do it. The lessons are there for all of us to see. The Chinese that we talk about today, you know, China moved up, Singapore moved up. When I was reading the China development model, I was asking myself, how did the Chinese move so fast? They have 1.3 billion people, and they moved so quickly. Then I realized that when they started opening up economically, the first people to invest in China were not the Europeans, were not the Americans. They were the Chinese living outside China. Those who were in Hong Kong, in Taiwan, in Singapore. Those are the first, and in Malaysia. Those are the first people who went to invest in China. The Chinese for China. We have to take the destiny of our continent in our hands. We are the ones to develop the continent. As I said, the SMEs are 90% of the enterprises in the continent. It means that you are significant. You are very important for the development of this continent. And as Nana demonstrated, he started a backyard egg, and then he poultry, and then he grew it. And when I go into the supermarket and I see eggs from Brazil, I want to cry. I want to cry because how can we put our own stomachs in another continent? We're not serious. So it is up to us to take the mantle and to develop. We lost 60 years political this thing. 60 years we lost. The AfCFTA is the single most important agreement that now we have to move this If we lose this one here, we will wait another 60 years. And none of us will be alive, by the way. After 60 years from today, none of us will be alive. And then our children will come, our great-children will come and they will die. They say, but they wrote a document. What happened? Why didn't they implement it? That's what we did with Anthony. The first day I sat in the Addis Ababa to do the negotiation, I Googled, I said Kwame Nkrumah's speech in 1963, then I read it. And I said, the man talked about this thing long time ago. Where were we? Where were we? So, my brothers and my sisters, my young friends, my daughters and sons who are here, those who are young and in the business, it is the time for you to catch the bull by the horns and to move the continent forward. I will conclude by saying that there is no AfCFTA without the SMEs. Did you hear that? There is no AfCFTA without the SMEs, and the SMEs need the AfCFTA to make a meaningful contribution to the economic development of the continent. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together, bigger and better, for the Chief of Staff of the AfCFTA Secretariat. And 2023, I'm sure that quite a number of us are aware, is dedicated by the African Union for the implementation of the AfCFTA. And so the emphasis on the fact that go to your national coordination offices to ensure that you take advantage of the guided trade that Chief talked about. Last month, the National Coordination Office took over 80 SMEs to Kenya, who connected and have already started doing a lot of businesses. He mentioned that there's a Rwanda in the park, and I have seen quite a number of the faces I see at the coordination office here. People are taking advantage. The coordination office is also planning to take about over 100 SMEs to Tanzania. So quite a number of moves are being made, and this is the best time that you take advantage of that. Now what we're going to do is just break a little bit of protocol. We had intended to start with the remarks, but because Chief is going to leave us, we'll quickly have a group photograph taken before Chief takes a leave of us. So the high table, the two high tables right in front will first join our chairperson and then Chief and take a group photograph. After that, we'll try and see if the SMEs can all join the high table to have one big photograph. So that, if we can have that set up and the photographers are ready, we can quickly have that done while we get ready for Chief to take leave of us, and then we'll come back with the remarks. So we are settling. Mr. Chairman, we will have you join Chief at the stage here, and then Prof and the two high tables will join as well. Quickly, are we set, photographers? Can we start arranging? Okay, good. So we can mount and join Nana upstage. Yes, please. Just so that we have the backdrop. and then we have it elevated. The ACBF team, you may want to join. Okay, and then the others will also. So right after this first one, all the partners will take one real quick, and then the SMEs will join the team so that we can have them set up in front right here, and then take another big one. So again, the reminder is that there is no AfCFTA without the SMEs. And the AfCFTA is there to support all SMEs take advantage of a bigger continental market, which you can't miss this opportunity, because if you miss this opportunity, Chief is telling us that unless the next 60 years, and for me and my current age, that next 60 years, I don't know where I will be. So you may want to take advantage of it now or miss it until the next 60 years, and I'm not sure that you are willing to take that risk. Sorry, sir, can we have the partners also join real quick before they leave? The partners, ACBF, all of them. Okay, so we are sorted. Can we have the SMEs join now, please? SMEs, a few of the SMEs who are willing, let's have a quick one. Okay, so the SMEs, please. The SMEs, very important photograph, because this year is your year, the year of implementation for the AfCFTA according to the African Union. Take advantage now, have the best pictures, make the moves, and start trading beyond the continent, beyond the country that you live in, and take advantage of other regions as well. Young SMEs, senior most SMEs, please. Let's all come together and have this taken, please. All right. All right. Okay, great. And as you take this photograph, you mark it somewhere that you wouldn't have this best photograph without taking advantage of the AfCFTA. Hang it on your wall in your offices as SMEs, whether small or big, and make it a point that this is the time. Take your goods from Ghana to Kenya. Take palm oil from Ghana to Cameroon. Ceramic tiles from Ghana to Egypt. We are fortunate, we are hearing some good news that lithium has been found in Ghana. If we have that, there's a battery factory and company in Kenya. They are looking for lithium. Thank you very much for that group photograph. So as you may have noticed, a number of our partners who have come together to make this possible. Stanford Seed Transformation Network, Ghana is here. The African Capacity Building Foundation is here. The Center for Regional Integration in Africa is also here. Now we're going to invite them one after the other for their remarks and what they have for the AfCFTA as well as small and medium enterprises. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Mamadou Biteye, the Executive Secretary, African Capacity Building Foundation. Let's put our hands together, please. Let's do it better. As he makes it up here, let me also remind you that we have a live audience online who are joining us, and we say welcome, live audience online. You are most welcome, and we thank you for joining. Also, we have some interpretation devices on your desk, so if you have to make use of them, if English is being used and you need to use interpretation devices, please, they are right in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Just to make a very small correction, my name is Ian Mashingaidze. I'm the Director of Programs and Impact at the African Capacity Building Foundation. I'm standing in the very big shoes of the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation, Mr. Mamadou Biteye, who could not be here. Let me start by recognizing Nana Owusu-Afari, the chairman of the CREA Board of Trustees. Your reputation, it precedes you, sir. And you talked about that book that you wrote at ACBF. We want to get a copy of that book, please. Thank you. Professor Le Shonolo Show, who has just stepped outside, I want to recognize your presence as the Executive Director of the Center for Regional Integration in Africa, CREA for short. Professor Samuel Bonsu, Director at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Affairs, GIMPA. Mr. Silva Ojako, the Chief of Staff at the AfCFTA Secretariat, the government representatives who are present here, executives and CEOs of our businesses, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. I stand before you today representing Mr. Mamadou Biteye, the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation, who could not join us today to address this esteemed gathering of the Regional Integration Issues Forum. We call it RIF for short, the conference, as well as the training workshop that we are going to have tomorrow. I wish to extend my gratitude to our partners who worked with us at ACBF to make this event happen. These are the Center for Regional Integration in Africa, CREA, the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, as well as the African Continental Free Trade Area Area Secretariat, the AfCFTA. I also wish to acknowledge the support of AfrEximBank, through whose partnership with ACBF sponsored this conference. We have gathered here today under the theme, Breaking Business Barriers for AfCFTA Acceleration. This theme resonates very well with the aspirations of the African continent. If you look at the blueprint, we call it the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. The AfCFTA presents an unprecedented opportunity for the African continent to transform its economic landscape, promote intra-African trade, as well as to create opportunities for our people. However, we must acknowledge that realizing the full potential of the AfCFTA requires concerted efforts to overcome the barriers that hinder our business environment on the continent. Regional integration is not a new concept for our continent. Over the years, we've made significant strides in fostering economic cooperation and integration between our countries. However, challenges such as trade barriers, inadequate infrastructure, as well as limited access to finance still persist and are impeding the seamless flow of goods, services, as well as investments across our national borders. To fully harness the opportunities as well as the benefits of the AfCFTA, We must address these barriers not only head-on, but also in a coordinated manner. This event serves as a platform for stakeholders from government, academia, civil society, the private sector to share experiences, to exchange ideas, as well as to propose innovative solutions that are implementable. During the conference, as well as the training workshop tomorrow, we are going to be discussing key issues that are central to breaking the barriers for accelerating AfCFTA implementation, particularly focusing on small and medium-sized enterprises, our SMEs. Let me digress a bit and tell you that I am Zimbabwean, just in case you were wondering the strange last name I have. And I've been living in this beautiful country for the past 6 months. And one of the things I've thoroughly enjoyed in this country is your chocolate that is made in this country. But it is a tragedy that if you go to any supermarket in Zimbabwe, you will not find Ghanaian chocolate on the shelves. We only find chocolate from Europe, where I don't think they grow any cocoa. So somebody needs to make me understand how this works, because our Zimbabwean women, being the good women they are, they expect their men to spoil them. And one way to spoil them is to give them chocolate. Why do we give them European chocolate when we have African chocolate? Nana, in South Africa currently there is a major outbreak of avian flu. They are not going to be able to meet their requirements in terms of poultry products, including your eggs. Why are they going to be importing from overseas when Nana has got a thriving poultry industry? I think those are questions we need to be asking ourselves as SMEs and see how we can take advantage of the opportunities that the AfCFTA is presenting to us. Throughout the 2 days, we are going to be focusing on how to build capacities and develop skills required to break these business barriers that I've mentioned. Enhancing the capacities and capabilities of entrepreneurs, SMEs, as well as our trade support institutions is very critical. We need to invest in training programs, knowledge sharing platforms, as well as mentoring initiatives that equip our SMEs with the necessary skills and knowledge to compete effectively, not only within our region, but also in global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, we at ACBF recognize that without the necessary capacities, African countries' businesses will continue to struggle to leverage the benefits that are being presented by the AfCFTA. Therefore, that's why if you look at the ACBF strategic plan for 2023 until 2027, we have placed a strong emphasis on trade as an engine for economic development as the one of the 4 pillars of our strategy that we are going to be working on over the next 5 years. We are going to be providing targeted capacity building support to governments, policymakers, institutions, as well as other key stakeholders involved in implementing the AfCFTA. Capacity building is essential for enabling African countries to effectively design, implement, as well as monitor policies that promote regional integration and facilitate trade. As ACBF, we are seeking to enhance the capacities of our policymakers, our government institutions to be able to develop and implement sound trade policies, because we believe this is one of the challenges that we face. Furthermore, we at ACBF, we recognize the importance of building the capacities of institutions responsible for trade facilitation, such as our customs authorities, our standards bodies, as well as regulatory agencies. Strengthening these institutions will contribute to the efficient movement of goods and services across our national borders, ensuring compliance with international trade standards, as well as reducing the trade barriers that are currently a major challenge. In addition to institutional capacity building, ACBF also places great importance on enhancing the skills and knowledge of our enterprises, our SMEs, as well as other business actors. The strategic plan of ACBF closely aligns with the objectives of the AfCFTA that recognize the crucial role of capacity building in support of successful implementation of this landmark trade agreement. By investing in capacity building, ACBF seeks to empower African countries as well as our businesses to overcome the challenges of regional integration, to seize the opportunities presented by the AfCFTA, as well as to contribute to sustainable economic development and growth of our continent. As we gather today, this Regional Integration Issues Forum, it is our collective responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that capacity building remains at the forefront of our efforts to break the business barriers for AfCFTA acceleration. Let us leverage on our collective expertise, our collective resources, our networks to be able to strengthen the capacity of individuals, institutions, as well as economies to ultimately transform Africa's business landscape, as well as to realize the full potential of the AfCFTA. This forum provides a unique opportunity to engage in robust discussions, to share best practices, as well as to identify actionable steps that we can take to break the barriers to acceleration of the implementation of the AfCFTA. It is because of this that I encourage all participants to actively contribute to the deliberations, to foster partnerships, to create new networks, as well as to generate actionable recommendations that we can use to drive our collective efforts forward. In conclusion, let us all seize this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to regional integration, to the realization of the AfCFTA, as well as to share our for the shared prosperity of our continent. Together, we can overcome the barriers. Together, we can unlock the immense potential presented by the AfCFTA, and together, we can pave the way for a prosperous, a united, as well as a transformed and sustainable African continent that we all want. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ACBF, and we also thank you a lot for highlighting the significance of the reasons we are here. The small and medium enterprises taking advantage of the integrated continental market. Indeed, there was a lady, an SME, Linda, who is in Kenya, and she's into the production of honey in Kenya. And she is able to add value to honey and cashew and peanut and things like that. She's always been asking how she can get her counterpart in Ghana to have access to cocoa or chocolate. If you are here and you're interested, that's a kind of connection that we're hoping that SMEs will be able to take advantage of. Let's put our hands together once again for ACBF for partnering this particular program and making this interaction possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another institution that is making it possible for us to be here and making this dream also possible is the Center for Regional Integration in Africa, CRIA, for short. Let's put our hands together and welcome Professor Litlu, the Executive Director for CRIA.
Good morning. May we give small appreciation. We'll give him a bigger one later, but small appreciation for our MC, who's doing a marvelous job so far. Yeah? I'm saying that because the program, as it has been shared, is not what it's looking like in reality. And I think he's done a wonderful job of juggling with what has emerged in real time. So thank you, Samuel. Nana Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, special recognition of our distinguished SMEs, all protocol observed. Welcome. I'm not going to make very long remarks because I think much has been said already about why we are here. But I think it is important to acknowledge the fact that it has taken us some time to get here. The Chief of Staff has put a period in time in terms of how long it has taken us to really get to this point where we're all here to try and see what we can do to take advantage of the AfCFTA. 6 decades is a long time, going through the Organization of African Unity and the African Union. 6 decades is a lifetime. And yet we ask ourselves, where are we? Well, in many ways, in terms of regional integration, we've come a long way. If we look at the manifestations of regional integration, we see, okay, ECOWAS is there, ECAS is there, SADC is there, the Arab Maghreb Union is there, IGAD is there, SENSAD is there, the East African Community is there, COMESA is there, and so on and so forth. So I think we have seen the development of a regional consciousness of people in their various parts of the continent to sense that there's something that we should do collectively, or at least to see ourselves as agents of development working towards a common denominator. But 6 decades, is it enough? Are we there? And then you have to ask yourself, we ask ourselves, what is this number or a set of numbers we keep hearing? That intra-continental trade in Europe is at something like, what is it now, 69%? Almost 70%, meaning that the Europeans are working together, trading amongst themselves, developing their own capacities to produce goods and services for their own consumption, and then the remaining 30% is with the rest of the world. North America is what? Well, let's go to Asia first. It's about 59% intracontinental trade. North America is about 49%. And where are we in comparison? I hear 16? Do I hear less? Do I hear higher? Somewhere hovering around 15, 16, 17% on a good year, in a good year. So it means that the whole continent is trading amongst itself only that small amount. And then we're trading with the rest of the world, okay? So there are a lot of contradictions here and paradoxes. And there was a late great East African scholar by the name of Professor Ali Mazrui, who used to say, Africa produces what it does not consume and consumes what it does not produce. So that might give us some insight as to what are the implications, I mean, what are the problems, if you will, of not trading amongst ourselves in greater volumes. Then we're spending more to live, right? We're spending more to live. We should be producing, as the Chief of Staff said, there are ways in which we could be advancing our regional value chains. And it sounds so simple when he says it, doesn't it? Yeah. So if we come together and talk about these things more often, I think we begin to understand what the possibilities are. What the possibilities are. So why is it that we don't trade? I think we don't have to go into that so much. We've put it in a concept note. The Chief of Staff has articulated it. Some of it means that, well, some of the issues are that we lack awareness, you know. Most of the things he said, I think, created some kind of awareness in us to say, aha, okay, there's an opportunity somewhere here. That awareness alone, to say, I do have the right to call someone and get information to help me expand my small business. But many of us don't feel as though we have that right. That small awareness helps us in greater ways than we might imagine. Okay, so there's lack of awareness, there's lack of capacity. Sometimes it's a question of, are we actually working in an environment where government policies are supporting the work that we need to do as SMEs? Are there challenges there? Who is going to address those challenges? I don't have the time. I'm an SME. I'm trying to find money to, you know, produce my goods and services. So these are just challenges that can get in the way of the dreams that we have to produce in the way that we need to. So we said also there are other challenges, questions of regulatory systems that do not actually support the work that we do. And there's the issue of data. Do we have the market intelligence necessary to assess a market and know how it is you want to access it? It's a problem within country, but imagine now trying to extend your business outside. How is that done effectively, efficiently? So there are a whole set of problems we have to address. Financing. What are the impressions that many banks have had in the past about SMEs and their ability to pay back on loans? Many of those SMEs being led by women and youth, we see as problematic, don't we, in conventional terms? Do they have the collateral to pay back on this loan? So these are stumbling blocks that already prohibit somebody the access to the resources required to trade as they would want and wish to. So what we're here for, really, through the Regional Integration Issues Forum is, and by the way, I think some of you know what the RIF is meant to do. It's simply a platform, a mechanism that brings us all together to really learn more about regional integration, to learn more about continental trade. And in this year, we have convened ourselves with partners. You can't convene the RIF without partnership. So it's not CREA alone. CREA established the RIF in partnership with the African Capacity Building Foundation in 2017. But since that time, we have convened RIFs together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, with this year, for instance, GIMPA, and supported very well by the Afri-Exim Bank. And we're very privileged this year to have been endorsed by the AfCFTA. So, Nana, we're very, very happy that we have a very good collective group of people in support of why we are here, to look at these issues that are challenging SMEs to engage in intra-African trade. I must also say that it's not just money or partnerships, but the moral support and also the goodwill of organizations that have actually brought us together. I want to recognize the Ghana Enterprise Agency, the GIZ We Do project, GNCCI, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, FAWASI, the Federation of West African Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and then PASI, the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industries. All of them work diligently to bring us all together, mobilize their membership and constituents so that we could think collectively and find solutions to challenges we may be facing as SMEs. I do want to say that in terms of the center, Nana, who is a member of the Board of Trustees, has outlined the mandate very well. I simply want to add that when we look at the challenges to intra-African trade, we at the center really see that as a function of capacity, in the same way that ACBF does pretty much, and maybe that's why we're good friends. But capacity is a massive issue. The founder of the Center for Regional Integration, Professor S.K.B. Asante, may he rest in peace, was working at the UNECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, when he served as a cabinet member and went around the continent, primarily in Southern Africa, and saw that the delays to moving the regional integration agenda were really fundamentally due to issues of capacity. And so that's pretty much why we established CREA. And in terms of capacity, we do that by convening the RIF as we have today. But in addition to that, we work in partnership with GIMPA to offer and deliver executive master's and master's courses in regional integration. There's an ongoing cohort going on just now, but the next one will be in January. So if you're interested, you may apply at the CREA website for the next cohort. But we seek to, through that program, professionalize the voices and the choices of regional integration and continental trade stakeholders. It's good to go to workshops, it's good to go to conferences, it's good to go to fora. We must. They update us, they refresh us, and they inspire us. But it's also good to have some certification degree to say, you know, we are qualified to speak on these issues and we can advocate in meaningful ways for regulations, policies that promote the interests of the private sector, of any sector really that is part of the ecosystem of regional integration. So we do all of that in promotion of building the capacity of non-state and state stakeholders. We can't alone as SMEs or private sector just grow businesses. We need the support of others. And there are others amongst us here, the press, who, even if you're here just to take a picture of the Chief of Staff, somehow the words are also coming into you, so you'll remember that, oh, me too, I have a role to play in supporting the SMEs in Togo, in Cameroon, in Ghana, in Burkina, those who are in the room today, and those who are here virtually. So let us remember that we all have a role to play. The tertiary institutions that are here, GIMPA is here, there are others, I think, who are also here, also have a role to play. The researchers there can provide data for those SMEs and private sector actors who require them to enter markets effectively in such a way as that they're meeting the needs of the consumers in other places. And those needs may not show up in the same way as they show up in our own countries. And that's something that I think we'll look into tomorrow for those who have been selected for the training. How to go to another market and what kind of strategy do we need to use to meet the demands of another market. Nana Chair, I will try to quickly wind down by saying that we're very happy that we're here. I think it's a step in the right direction to just increase our awareness, build our confidence, build our capacity really with confidence to work purposefully in promoting our small and medium enterprises. And then, of course, it is important to, as we move on in the day, to think about, is it just me, or should we take interest and note of what the Chief of Staff said? What more can I do to be part of the value chains, the regional value chains in the sector where I work? Or it could be, how do I feed into another sector? How can I add more value to my product? Can I talk to Nana? Is he still, doing poultry farm? And can you buy some of his eggs and then you do the mayonnaise instead of Nana, who would be happy to pass on the baton in that way. So I think, Nana, thank you very much. I think the challenges are great, but we're here to overcome the challenges, first by raising our awareness and building our capacity, and then from here, ensuring that we're making well-informed choices in terms of growing our businesses. We're very grateful to all of you who are here, and again, welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nana Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration is one of the continent's finest institutions, spearheading a lot of development when it comes to educating the continent's minds. And in the area of African integration and economic integration in particular, they have been doing excellently well. Aside what Prof talked about, partnering with CREA to undertake the regional integration programs in GIMPA, their law faculty is also doing quite a lot when it comes to international trade law and all of that. And the man under whose supervision most of these actions and programs are being undertaken, fortunately we have him with us, a very dynamic individual. With a big round of applause, we welcome the Rector of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Professor Samuel K. Bonsu.
Technology. Nana Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. A lot has been said about data, about how Africa is doing, about the size of our population, 1.3 approaching 1.4, after taking us to 29 trillion by way of GDP by 2050. I could go on and on and on. But of course, the people here, apart from hearing what you heard, many of us are already familiar with some of these data already, and therefore I need not bore you with the content and expected outcomes of the agreements. I would hope that many of us are already familiar with that. But I'd like to remind us of some dimensions of AfCFTA that we tend to take for granted. For instance, we tend to forget that AfCFTA is more than just a trade agreement. It represents promise. It is a vision and a chance for us to engage, all of us, in continental transformation. Now, to facilitate this transformation calls for our coming together as one continent, with a unity of purpose to ensure a much brighter future than the one that we inhabit today. We look to a better future for our children. And within the frame of one continent and a better future, I think the Chief referred to, the Chief of Staff for the AfCFTA Secretariat when he spoke, referred to Kwame Nkrumah on his 25th of May 1963 speech, where he invited African leaders to join together into becoming the United States of Africa. And now we're all talking about the fact that we are 60 years behind on that front. Now, if I may quote, he said that it is said, of course, that we have no capital, We have no industrial skills. We have no communications and no internal markets. I emphasize internal markets. And that we cannot even agree amongst ourselves how best to utilize our resources for our own social needs. Yet, all stock exchanges in the world are preoccupied with Africa's gold, Africa's diamonds, uranium, platinum, copper, iron ore. Our capital flows out into the streams to irrigate the whole system of Western economies. 52% of the gold in Fort Knox at the time he was talking in 1963 where the US stores. Its bullion is believed to have originated from our shores. Now, even for other continents, and I continue to quote, even for other continents lacking the resources that Africa has, this is the age that sees the end of human want. For us, all we need to do is to develop with our united strength the enormous resources of our continent. For us, all we need to do is to develop with our united strength the enormous resources of our continent. In 2023, there is no better way to do that than through intra-African trade. Building a system of support within our continent, relying on each other to be able to transform our resources into much better value-added output. We've had very simple examples, and these are some of the things we take for granted. We take our chocolate for granted. But if you can't find chocolate, Ghanaian chocolate, next door, really, you don't have to go very far. You know, you don't have to go to Zimbabwe. You only have to go to the Ivory Coast, and you won't find it. You go to Burkina, you go a little beyond the border, Paga, and you start having no source of chocolate. But these are things that we should be able to take advantage of. Apart from the economic integration, it also allows us to come together as a people. You know, so perhaps Kwame Nkrumah's approach was a little bit overly ambitious. It extended well beyond economics because he also had political ambitions of a different kind. But that's a story for another day. See, however, I believe that his African unity theme remains very, very relevant to us today, and perhaps well into the future that we are talking about for our young people, that we are imagining being around the 60 years when we are not going to be here. In Africa, we consider that we hold about 420 million young people aged between 15 and 35 years. The median age in Africa has been increasing annually, but it remains at about 20 years. As of 2022, and this we heard earlier, 40% of our population was aged 15 years or younger. 40% of African population is younger than 15. And then you have another 420 million between 15 and 25. We have close to 70% of our population below the age of 35. We can imagine the impact if trade, as we are envisioning it, is supposed it works the way we are imagining it, how it is going to support the 65-70% of our young people when we are gone and they have taken over the helm of affairs in Africa. You see, and it baffles me that with this level of resources, both physical resources and human potential that we have, that we still trade at just around 15, 16, 17% amongst ourselves. Of course, we cannot attribute this solely to the oft-cited difficulty in accessing regional markets, access to capital, inadequate infrastructure, among many others. If we are able to do this in some situations and within certain levels, perhaps there is more to it than just these normally cited excuses that we present. Infrastructure, absolutely. But is that enough to stop us from doing what we are supposed to do by way of African economic integration? we are limited by way of access to information, as has been demonstrated here today. I heard a lot of things from the Secretary General, from the Chief of Staff, that I hadn't heard about the free trade agreement. You know, the guided trade initiative, I heard about it. There was a lot of, hype on radio, television. But how many of us actually know the content and essence of these initiatives? There are several protocols that are discussed on the TV and radio and sometimes even in our classrooms. But how much of that do we translate into the field? A quick survey of local businesses indicated that many of them know about the protocols and intended benefits of AGOA. AGOA is this agreement that the Americans have given to Africa. Less than half of that number knew anything about the relevant protocols of AfTA. So we are more attuned to the happenings in Europe and America than we are to our own backyard. Chairman, I think that the AFC Secretariat is doing all that it can. It's implementing all the required protocols to cover the full range of trade opportunities on the continent. We at GIMPA, now and as always in the past and perhaps into the future, have taken it upon ourselves to build capacity of businesses and public entities across the continent. And that is what we've been doing for the past 63 years or so that we've been in existence. We have no intention of getting away from that for a while. And it is partly for this reason that we got involved in this project, that we have set aside time and resources to introduce our SMEs to the relevant protocols that are going to allow us almost immediate access to the markets that we don't seem to understand or appreciate. And in some cases, we don't even know exists. We're talking about Kenya, we're talking about Tanzania. There may be other places, Togo, Lome, that may offer bigger promises than being in Ghana alone will ever afford any business. So we are very happy to be part of this process where we are trying to engage businesses to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that are offered by the African Continental Free Trade. I think that empowering SMEs to navigate and thrive in the AfTA environment that is being created is key to the overall economic development of the continent. Thus, in partnership with trade organizations such as the SSTN, GIMPA, working with CREA, ACBF, and other partners, look forward to facilitating the AfTA Secretariat's capacity building efforts to support the successful implementation of AfTA. We look forward to working with ACBF. We look forward to working with any other partner with interest in facilitating the effective implementation and success of the African Free Trade Agreement. As we seek to train, we also have to be conscious of the realities on the ground. And here again, I refer to Kwame Nkrumah in that same speech on May 25th, 1963, long before my parents met. But they were talking, he was also talking about, the value of integration. And he said, I quote once again, "What use to the farmer is education and mechanization. What use is even capital for development unless we can ensure for him, the farmer, a fair price and a ready market? What has the peasant, the worker, and farmer gained from political independence unless we can ensure for him a fair return for his labor and a higher standard of living?" I believe that a successful AfTA will create the relevant value for the farmer, the laborer, the peasant, and all these other workers that Kwame Nkrumah made reference to in 1963. Really, for me, this is a very simple matter of converting all our efforts into achieving the intended value that AfTA brings to the resources that we already have on our beautiful continent. My expectation for our two-day meeting here is very, very modest. We heard that there are 7 countries that have already come together and are engaged in some partnership. My modest expectation is that at the end of the conference, by the end of tomorrow, we would have added 5 such partnerships. 5 parties from different countries would have agreed to work together to facilitate the achievement of the goals of AfCFTA. If we can have 5 new and unique such pairings every year, we can imagine the volume of trade that we're going to be seeing across the continent. Let's just imagine 10 years, 5 permutations. I'm not a mathematician, but I can see the numbers growing. It may not be as fast as Kwame Nkrumah imagined, because he wanted it right then and there and then. But even at this slow pace, if we were to look further ahead into 15 years, 20 years down the road, we can see the value of our SMEs improving, our economic circumstances as a continent improving. These are bold steps towards African unity, but we're doing it the slow way, the economic way, and that can have value. Imagine if we had done this 60 years ago, where we'll be in 2023. There is a lot that I could say. You've heard a lot already about what is possible. I can imagine what is possible, and I'm sure many of us can imagine beyond what we have heard. We can imagine what is possible. And I hope that each of us here, small businesses, academics, NGOs, individuals, will come together, pursue the vision, the African unity vision, by way of trade. And I'm sure that it will take us there, exactly where we want to be. I'd like to close by saying thank you to all who have contributed to the success of this program. I'd like to assure the Secretary General of AfCFTA and the entire Secretariat, I'd like to assure ACBF that GIMPA, CREA, and all our partners are very proud to be part of this project. And we stand ever ready to work with you in transforming African lives through AfCFTA and other avenues. Our doors are always open for any collaboration, individuals, NGOs, any entity that seeks our support. We are open and willing to support this vision of African unity through trade. So I'd like to thank you once again for the 2 days that you're going to be with us. I'd say that, make the best of it. Pick up the best that you can from each of these engagements that you're going to be having, all of us are going to be having. And I hope and pray that by the end of those 2 days, we'll have the 5 minimum engagements that I have made reference to. God bless Africa. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let's put our hands together once again for Prof. The Rector for Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. Thank you very much, Nanache, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The private sector is that which trades. A lot of people, and we hear it, government doesn't trade. Private sector trades. You go to Kenya today and there's an incinerator factory that is seeking to trade and bring manufactured incinerators to hospitals in Ghana. They're looking for private hospitals, government hospitals, private sector trades. The AfCFTA is hoping that the private sector will take over even the guided trade so that there wouldn't be any guided trade. They wouldn't be guided before they trade. Private sector will just get up and trade. That is where we are hoping we get. This is the time to hear from private sector. Let me start with Mr. Kibo, Ghana. Okay, so let me get it right. Okay, Mr. Kibo Ghana is Executive Director, Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PASI, from Ethiopia. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Okay. He's on video. Okay. So like I said, we have an online audience, and Mr. Kibo is also joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow entrepreneurs, I am Kabur Ganna, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I'm thrilled to share our perspective on small businesses and entrepreneurship at the SME Conference and Training on Intra-African Trade. The Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, founded nearly a decade ago by 40 national chambers across Africa, has been the unified voice representing African businesses at the African Union and other regional and international fora. We represent over 4.5 million businesses of all sizes and sectors, striving to create jobs, innovate, drive economies, and improve lives. In today's challenging business landscape, marked by inflation, supply chain disruption, skilled labor shortages, energy cost spikes, mounting debt crisis, and regional conflicts, running a business has become exceptionally complex. However, amid these challenges, African leaders have come together to sign the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, a continent-wide free pact of trade. AfCFTA, launched in January 2021, unites 54 African nations in the ambitious pursuit of a single market for goods and services, enabling the free movement of people and fostering economic integration. For SMEs, this represents a golden opportunity to expand, access new markets, and thrive with reduced trade barriers. Let's examine the key barriers to trade in Africa for SMEs and how we can collectively address them. Without taking the order into account, let me start with access to finance. You know, and I know, and everybody else knows, SMEs often struggle to secure loans and investment for growth, and this is something that needs to be looked at and addressed. Another barrier is the infrastructure deficits. Challenges like unreliable power supply, poor road networks, and limited port access hinder SME growth. Bureaucratic red tape is another barrier. Cumbersome bureaucracy, excessive paperwork, and lengthy administrative processes impede business operations. Now, streamlining government procedures, adopting digital solutions like single window system, and reducing regulatory burdens are essential steps to address this problem. Another major barrier is what we call the non-tariff barriers. Inconsistent standards and regulations hinder SMEs' expansion across borders. Digital divide is also another barrier. Limited digital access among African countries restrict SMEs from leveraging e-commerce and digital trade. Now, bridging the digital gap and promoting digital literacy are crucial. Now, recognizing that breaking these business barriers is not solely the responsibility of governments or large corporations, SMEs, at the backbone of our economies, must play a vital role. Now, you would say, what should SMEs do? You have to add value, meet needs, and solve problems. That's what so many of you as business owners and organization leaders do every day. You challenge assumptions and you drive change. You may fail, but then again, you get up and try again. You push yourselves to be better, smarter, faster in pursuit of your dreams. You strive and succeed. Winning the future means competing in global markets and competing for global leadership. By one vital measure, trade, Africa has been standing still, and that means we're falling behind. While other economies race to ink new deals, Africa has done little to change that. If you hear nothing today, hear this. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakes are high. AfCFTA holds immense potential for African SMEs. To fully realize its benefits, we must collectively address and overcome the barriers that hinders our progress. by working together to improve finance access, upgrade infrastructure, simplify bureaucracy, harmonize regulations, bridge the digital divide, and foster innovation, we can accelerate AfCFTA's positive impact on our business and economies. As we engage in discussion and training sessions throughout this conference, let's remember that the success of AfCFTA lies not in the hands of policymakers, but in the hands of SMEs, your hands, the driving force of growth and innovation. Together, we can break down these barriers, expand our horizons, and elevate our business in the era of AfCFTA. Thank you, and let's embark on this journey of growth and collaboration with enthusiasm and determination.
Thank you very much. I'm reminded to remind all of us that we are live online and we have an online audience. The AfCFTA Secretariat says that they would wish that you follow their social media platforms as well. So it's Facebook, Zeleka on Facebook, or AfCFTA on Facebook, Twitter as well, AfCFTA on Twitter, and LinkedIn, AfCFTA on LinkedIn, and Instagram as well. Mr. Ray Inkum, Ray, can we see you? Manages the website, the social media platforms, and they want you to follow because there's a lot of information that they regularly put on there. Also, quick reminder is that the speech that was delivered by the Chief of Staff would be made available for, particularly for those of you who are asking. Madam Florence, with the Chief of Staff, is still with us, and that will be made available. Thank you very much. We move on to the next private sector remarks that we are getting, and we are getting that from Mr. Carl Richards, the President, Stamford Seed Transformation Network. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Okay. Nanu, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying I am humbled and grateful for the work of the AU in bringing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. I am humbled and grateful for all the organizations that extend themselves to the services of finding ways to reach out and assist our companies. For the SMEs to be successful in our endeavors. Today especially, I want to say thank you to JIMPA and to the Center for Regional Integration in Africa, and to the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, and of course the Secretariat of the Africa Continental Free Trade Authority for bringing us and inviting us to this conference of the SMEs. Of course, I would be remiss not to include AfCFTA Bank, who gives us the capacity to make things happen. It's an honor to be here, not only as the president of the Ghana chapter of the Stanford Seed Transformation Network, but as a representative of all the SSTN members across Africa. Currently, we're almost 800 from 27 African countries hungry to do business. Last year, our membership concluded over $1 billion worth of business on the continent. And although it's an achievement in itself, it's only a fraction of what we are capable of. We all know SMEs are undeniably at the forefront of African development. They are the backbone of our economies, the driving force behind job creation, and the champions of innovation. But as we celebrate our pivotal role, let us acknowledge that we must drive transformative initiatives. We must seize the opportunities that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents, and we must rise to the occasion. Because in establishing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the African Union has provided us with the tools to foster greater cooperation and trade amongst our nations. With 56 countries striving to work together, the scale of the endeavor is immense. They've done their work. The authorities, the governments, have signed the documents. But we should take note that the documents did not include a line for us, the SMEs, to sign. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement has been ratified. The idea has been born. We are left with implementation. That's where we come in. To realize the promise of the Africa Continental Free Trade, we must first get educated on its workings and then interpret and translate that knowledge into practical usefulness. The private sector, represented by SMEs, must receive the package of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and unwrap it. Implementation will not be achieved by the waving of a magic wand. To be very clear on who is responsible for its implementation, ultimately it is us, the private sector. So the question at this point is, do we truly grasp the significance of our role as beneficiaries of this great gift? If you pay close attention, you will note that after creating a single market, the Secretariat will contribute, facilitate, promote, enhance, and resolve many things. But its work passes the baton on to us. The private sector takes over. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow business persons, as we gather here today to realize the immense possibilities of the African Continental Free Trade Area, it is crucial that we acknowledge the significant hurdles that stand before us in realizing its full potential. These hurdles include technical barriers to trade, varying standards and regulations among African countries, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, import licensing requirements, customs procedures, inadequate infrastructure, political instability in some regions, capacity constraints in implementing and enforcing trade agreements, but most of all, a lack of awareness amongst African businesses regarding the benefits of the AfCFTA. However, we, the SMEs of Africa, do have the collective power to overcome these challenges through collaboration, innovation, and a relentless commitment to the growth and prosperity of our country, of our continent, I should say. And we appreciate the training, the exposure that we get by attending conferences such as this. We must also know the implementation of the initiative is and will be on an iterative process. It is important that we understand that in order to measure our expectations and the results of our efforts in implementing the programs. This conference will undoubtedly shed good light in preparing us to go out and make good on the work done by the African Union so far. In conclusion, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is an initiative that holds immense potential for all of us. We are aware of how much the SMEs in particular stand to gain from today's sensitization and training. Let us recognize that we are not alone in this endeavor. We, the SMEs of Africa, must come together to break down barriers, create opportunities, and unlock the vast potential of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that has been created for us. The power to realize the dream of intra-African trade lies within us, the private sector. Let us embrace the challenge with determination, collaboration, and a relentless commitment to African prosperity. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together once again for Mr. Richards. And unfortunately, because we started about 30 minutes, they're about late, we have also run about 30 minutes late, and we're going to make room for that through the next session. So that's a plenary session that follows. We'll try and be here on time. So what I would suggest, though, is that we go out for the coffee break, but bring in the snacks and the beverages, because I'm sure people are thirsty. You want to bring in the beverage, you bring in the snacks, and let's have it here. Because we don't want to go spend about 30 minutes or 1 hour outside again and then take a longer time. Please grab whatever you want to grab and come back in here. We have a very important message coming from the man that, or the institution that Mr. Richards talked about, AfCFTA. We're going to hear from Professor Benedict Orama once we come back in. So please, we're taking a coffee break. We go out just within 5 to 10 minutes. We're hoping that, or 15 minutes maximum, all of us are back in here with our beverage and snacks, and then we start the next session, which is a plenary session 1. Thank you very much. We'll be back in 15 maximum. 5 minutes if you can. Thank you.
When you're comfortable in your hair and skin, your true personality shines through. Go to MailerandMarian.com and say goodbye to dull hair and skin. African natural beauty has a name, and it's Mailer and Marian.
Sophie, une artiste indépendante passionnée de dessin, cherche à monétiser son travail en ligne. Elle entend parler de Decimo, une plateforme de financement participatif pour les créateurs de contenu, et décide de s'inscrire. Elle crée un compte sur Decimo, en fournissant des informations de base telles que son nom, son adresse email. Sophie a rempli les informations de base de son compte Decimo et a sélectionné la catégorie A pour son profil. Cependant, elle réalise qu'elle doit fournir une pièce d'identité pour vérifier son identité et devenir un créateur de contenu sur la plateforme. Sophie se met donc en quête de sa carte d'identité et prend une photo claire de celle-ci avec son téléphone portable. Elle la télécharge sur Decimo en suivant les instructions données. Sophie attend maintenant la validation de son compte. Elle est impatiente de commencer à publier son contenu et à interagir avec ses soutiens. Elle sait que la vérification de son identité est importante pour maintenir la sécurité et l'intégrité de la plateforme, et elle est heureuse de contribuer à cet effort. Après quelques heures, Sophie reçoit une notification de Decimo disant que son compte a été vérifié et qu'elle peut maintenant commencer à publier du contenu et à accepter des soutiens. Elle est ravie et commence immédiatement à créer des dessins pour les partager avec sa communauté. Elle continue de travailler dur pour développer son contenu et sa relation avec ses soutiens sur la plateforme Decimo. Après avoir reçu la notification de Decimo disant que son compte a été vérifié, Sophie commence à créer du contenu. Elle décide de publier des dessins originaux chaque semaine et de les mettre à disposition de ses soutiens. Grâce à son travail acharné et à son engagement envers sa communauté, Sophie attire rapidement de nouveaux soutiens et voit sa base de fans croître. En plus de recevoir un soutien financier régulier, Sophie offre à ses soutiens des récompenses.
Elle envoie des dessins originaux, des messages personnalisés et des vidéos exclusives à ses soutiens les plus fidèles. En conclusion, sa page Decimo est devenue un lieu où ses soutiens peuvent interagir avec elle et obtenir des dessins exclusifs. Sophie a travaillé dur pour créer une relation durable avec ses soutiens et pour les remercier de leur fidélité.
Salut, je suis Stéphane Moifo, ingénieur biomédical et CEO de la structure générale Biotech. Alors, notre équipement ici est une couveuse comme on l'entend, conçue pour les prématurés, ayant déjà les capacités de fonctionner à 3 sources d'énergie. Nous avons le solaire comme dans son nom, la fonctionnalité solaire. Nous avons l'allume-cigare pour le déplacement dans les véhicules et le secteur ici pour permettre qu'on l'on puisse fonctionner toujours en énergie du secteur ENEO au Cameroun. Par la suite, notre équipement incorpore une autonomie de 16 heures de temps, ici permettant en sorte que lorsqu'il y a des coupures, l'équipement puisse fonctionner sans toutefois avoir des interruptions.
The consumption of African fashion clothing by Africans is a potential vector for inclusive and sustainable development. As a young entrepreneur from Burkina Faso, I have witnessed a lack of interest in African clothing fashions on the part of those primarily concerned, i.e. the Africans themselves. Yet culture, as a social product, is in fact an object of mass consumption. Getting Africans to consume fashion items produced on the continent using original materials would be a way of creating inclusive wealth. CLO Design aims to solve the problem of cultural identity for young Africans, especially those in through the art of clothing, by strengthening the productive and technical marketing capacities of players in the artisanal textile sector. We are also reducing unemployment by creating jobs for the next generation, especially uneducated girls from disadvantaged backgrounds. Our company produces and sells traditional, modern, loincloths called Faso Danfani Smart and accessories made from the same material. Our range of accessories includes handbag, ready-to-wear clothing, document holder, notebook, tablecloths and placemats. You can reach us through our various contacts and our social networks. Email address, claudiasebgo@gmail.com.
Hello, my name is Enomiyan Aromita, founder and CEO of Keys Transportation Service.
Hello, my name is Gail Chuba. I'm Chief Legal Officer of Keys Transportation Service as well as a co-founder. We are based in Cameroon, precisely in Douala, economic capital of Cameroon.
Keys Transportation Service provides safe, reliable and comfortable transportation solutions to schools and extracurricular activities to help busy parents and schools have visibility where the kids are at any given time, and also to cut down on the time the kids spend on the road.
We've been operating for over 3 years. We have approximately more than 100 kids in our portfolio, as well as working with 15 schools to and fro. We do pick up, drop off, morning and afternoon, and we are happy to be part of this program.
Thank you.
When you're comfortable in your hair and skin, your true personality shines through. Go to MillaandMarian.com and say goodbye to Door Hair and Skin. African natural beauty has a name, and it's Milla and Marian.
Sophie, une artiste indépendante passionnée de dessin, cherche à monétiser son travail en ligne. Elle entend parler de Decimo, une plateforme de financement participatif pour les créateurs de contenu et décide de s'inscrire. Elle crée un compte sur Decimo, en fournissant des informations de base telles que son nom, son adresse email. Sophie a rempli les informations de base de son compte Decimo et a sélectionné la catégorie Art pour son profil. Cependant, elle réalise qu'elle doit fournir une pièce d'identité pour vérifier son identité et devenir un créateur de contenu sur la plateforme. Sophie se met donc en quête de sa carte d'identité et prend une photo claire de celle-ci avec son téléphone portable. Elle la télécharge sur Decimo en suivant les instructions données. Sophie attend maintenant la validation de son compte. Elle est impatiente de commencer à publier son contenu et à interagir avec ses soutiens. Elle sait que la vérification de son identité est importante pour maintenir la sécurité et l'intégrité de la plateforme, et elle est heureuse de contribuer à cet effort. Après quelques heures, Sophie reçoit une notification de Decimo disant que son compte a été vérifié et qu'elle peut maintenant commencer à publier du contenu et à accepter des soutiens. Elle est ravie et commence immédiatement à créer des dessins pour les partager avec sa communauté. Elle continue de travailler dur pour développer son contenu et sa relation avec ses soutiens sur la plateforme Decimo. Après avoir reçu la notification de Decimo disant que son compte a été vérifié, Sophie commence à créer du contenu. Elle décide de publier des dessins originaux chaque semaine et de les mettre à disposition de ses soutiens. Grâce à son travail acharné et à son engagement envers sa communauté, Sophie attire rapidement de nouveaux soutiens et voit sa base de fans croître. En plus de recevoir un soutien financier régulier, Sophie offre à ses soutiens des récompenses.
Elle envoie des dessins originaux, des messages personnalisés et des vidéos exclusives à ses soutiens les plus fidèles. En conclusion, sa page Décimo est devenue un lieu où ses soutiens peuvent interagir avec elle et obtenir des dessins exclusifs. Sophie a travaillé dur pour créer une relation durable avec ses soutiens et pour les remercier de leur fidélité.
Salut, je suis Stéphane Moifo, ingénieur biomédical et CEO de la structure générale Biotech. Alors, notre équipement ici est une couveuse comme on l'entend, conçue pour les prématurés, ayant déjà les capacités de fonctionner à 3 sources d'énergie. Nous avons le solaire comme dans son nom, la fonctionnalité solaire. Nous avons l'allume-cigare pour le déplacement dans les véhicules et le secteur ici pour permettre qu'on puisse fonctionner toujours en énergie du secteur ENEO au Cameroun. Par la suite, notre équipement incorpore une autonomie de 16 heures de temps, ici permettant en sorte que lorsqu'il y a des coupures, l'équipement puisse fonctionner sans toutefois avoir des interruptions.
The consumption of African fashion clothing by Africans is a potential vector for inclusive and sustainable development. As a young entrepreneur from Burkina Faso, I have witnessed a lack of interest in African clothing fashions on the part of those primarily concerned, i.e. the Africans themselves. Yet culture, as a social product, is in fact an object of mass consumption. Getting Africans to consume fashion items produced on the continent using original materials would be a way of creating inclusive wealth. CLO Design aims to solve the problem of cultural identity for young Africans, especially those through the art of clothing, by strengthening the productive and technical marketing capacities of players in the artisanal textile sector. We are also reducing unemployment by creating jobs for the next generation, especially uneducated girls from disadvantaged backgrounds. Our company produces and sells traditional, modern, loincloths called Faso Danfani Smart and accessories made from the same material. Our range of accessories includes handbag, ready-to-wear clothing, document holder, notebook, tablecloths and placemats. You can reach us through our various contacts and our social networks. Email address, claudiasebgo@gmail.com.
Hello, my name is Enomiyan Aromita, founder and CEO of Keys Transportation Service.
Hello, my name is Gail Chuba. I'm Chief Legal Officer of Keys Transportation Service as well as a co-founder. We are based in Cameroon, precisely in Douala, economic capital of Cameroon.
Keys Transportation Service provides safe, reliable and comfortable transportation solutions to schools and extracurricular activities to help busy parents and schools have visibility where the kids are at any given time, and also to cut down on the time the kids spend on the road.
We've been operating for over 3 years. We have approximately more than 100 kids in our portfolio, as well as working with 15 schools to and fro. We do pick up, drop off, morning and afternoon, and we are happy to be part of this program.
Thank you.
When you're comfortable in your hair and skin, your true personality shines through. Go to MailerandMarian.com and say goodbye to Door Hair and Skin. African natural beauty has a name, and it's Mailer and Marian.
Sophie, une artiste indépendante passionnée de dessin, cherche à monétiser son travail en ligne. Elle entend parler de Décimo, une plateforme de financement participatif pour les créateurs de contenu et décide de s'inscrire. Elle crée un compte sur Décimo, en fournissant des informations de base telles que son nom, son adresse email. Sophie a rempli les informations de base de son compte Décimo et a sélectionné la catégorie Art pour son profil. Cependant, elle réalise qu'elle doit fournir une pièce d'identité pour vérifier son identité et devenir un créateur de contenu sur la plateforme. Sophie se met donc en quête de sa carte d'identité et prend une photo claire de celle-ci avec son téléphone portable. Elle la télécharge sur Décimo en suivant les instructions données. Sophie attend maintenant la validation de son compte. Elle est impatiente de commencer à publier son contenu et à interagir avec ses soutiens. Elle sait que la vérification de son identité est importante pour maintenir la sécurité et l'intégrité de la plateforme, et elle est heureuse de contribuer à cet effort. Après quelques heures, Sophie reçoit une notification de Decimo disant que son compte a été vérifié et qu'elle peut maintenant commencer à publier du contenu et à accepter des soutiens. Elle est ravie et commence immédiatement à créer des dessins pour les partager avec sa communauté. Elle continue de travailler dur pour développer son contenu et sa relation avec ses soutiens sur la plateforme Decimo. Après avoir reçu la notification de Decimo disant que son compte a été vérifié, Sophie commence à créer du contenu. Elle décide de publier des dessins originaux chaque semaine et de les mettre à disposition de ses soutiens. Grâce à son travail acharné et à son engagement envers sa communauté, Sophie attire rapidement de nouveaux soutiens et voit sa base de fans croître. En plus de recevoir un soutien financier régulier, Sophie offre à ses soutiens des récompenses.
Elle envoie des dessins originaux, des messages personnalisés et des vidéos exclusives à ses soutiens les plus fidèles. En conclusion, sa page Decimo est devenue un lieu où ses soutiens peuvent interagir avec elle et obtenir des dessins exclusifs. Sophie a travaillé dur pour créer une relation durable avec ses soutiens et pour les remercier de leur fidélité.
Salut, je suis Stéphane Moifo, ingénieur biomédical et CEO de la structure générale Biotech. Alors, notre équipement ici, vous pouvez, comme on l'entend,
so that we can start the next session, please.
ayant déjà les capacités.
If you have your food already, we would urge you to come inside and enjoy inside. We are okay for you to enjoy inside, so please. We understand the time that we have is very limited, and we need to make very good use of what we have. The plenary session starts in the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
Of offline listening. takeover. One song at a time. Upgrade to premium and listen your way. Tap the banner to learn more.
Okay. We are settling to start in a minute. All right. Thank you very much for agreeing to my terms and returning to the auditorium on time. We are starting now the plenary session, the first one. We're talking about developing regional value chains, understanding the AfCFTA strategy for private sector engagement to boost competitiveness. With a big round of applause, let's invite our moderator, Dr. Barasu Diawara, Knowledge Management Expert, ACBF. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Let's do it better. Is it the case that the snacks wasn't enough? If it was enough, let's put our hands together once again to welcome our moderator, please. He's going to be joined by the panelists Mr. Jeti Tano, Lecturer Executive, MA in Regional Integration and African Development, Emriyad. Also with Korea. Let's put our hands together for him as well. Oh, did I see? I missed it up. Okay. And then our next panelist is Mr. Michael Kutu, Managing Partner, Confidence, and Head of Research, Afro Champions. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Kutu joining. Now, the quick announcement from my side, and I hand it over to the moderator, is that this particular session, we're going to involve almost everybody here. All small and medium enterprises gathered here, whether a senior, a junior, or senior most SME, please. We're going to be involved, interactive, we'll ask questions, questions will be thrown back to us, and then we'll all solve our problems together. The questions, very important. So SMEs, we've consumed a lot today in terms of information. We're going to digest and engage it with the panel here. Others, Jencha, I hand you over to your moderator. Let's put our hands together for them, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much, MC and overall facilitator. Good morning again, colleagues, friends and partners. I'm Barasu Diawara. I'll be facilitating this session. Our sofas are very comfortable, and we hope you also will contribute so that we don't feel too comfortable here. Ask questions, but really contribute. Some of us are here sitting, we are just facilitating, but you are actually the people working on the ground. You know what are the issues, you know what are the challenges. You also have actually walked through some of those challenges. You managed to address them. So you really have hands-on experience that you could share. Actually, in knowledge management, what is said is, if a knowledge is available in one country, it's really a sin that is not transferred to another country where people are actually facing the same issue. So I think it makes a complete sense that those who are in Togo face some challenges and manage to address it, yet you go to Zimbabwe, they are struggling with the same challenges. So I think it's not really fair. So we are having about an hour because we are a little bit not doing very well in terms of time, I guess, because what we are discussing is quite exciting and we are all passionate about it. So we'll devote about 45 to 1 hour for this session to really understand the AfCFTA strategy for private sector engagement to boost competitiveness, but focusing really on the regional value chain. We have different SMEs working in different areas, trying to actually export different type of products. In the opening ceremony, the Chief of Staff were talking about the value chain, looking at the case of automobile sector, that each of you could actually be part or parcel of that. So I think that is a good illustration of what the value chain is and how you can really play an important role. So to help actually provoke the discussions, we have two panelists who are actually going to help us just kick off the discussions. Our first one is Mr. Temba Kumalo, who is the principal, we have, Mr. Tano, who is a lecturer on the Executive MA in Regional Integration and African Development at CRIA. So, sir, Prof, we will give you the floor for you really to start the discussions for us.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good morning once again to everybody. I think this is a very important and timely discussion, and I feel very privileged to be involved. It's important not because of my own views on the subject, although that's one of the reasons why I'm excited to be here, but because the idea of giving privilege and priority to regional value chains as a pivot, as a cornerstone of Africa's trade and economic integration. Let me add that secondary part. Trade and economic integration, I think it's a central challenge that confronts us in Africa. And I think there's a lot of evidence why it's a central challenge, but the most compelling one, I think, is the global conditions of trade and where the world economy has been heading in recent times. We know, for example, that one of the main fault lines in the global economy in the last few years, and which has knock-on effects like currency depreciation, balance of payments problems, debt crises, and so on, comes from what people are describing as the interruption of global supply chains. And those of us who are in the parts of the world who do not have what one might call a commanding position in those global supply chains, we are the most vulnerable when these interruptions and disruptions take place. In any case, I think that long before the current crisis, the current moment of crisis, we have seen two features of global trade as it has evolved in the last decade or two. In the last couple of decades has been the emergence and the central role of the very same global value chains that I've just referred to. But it is also true that this occurred in a context where in Africa, because of the kinds of economic growth strategies that we had undertaken, if you like, what we had begun to develop as an industrial base in the immediate decades after independence has been reversed. I don't think it's an exaggeration for anyone to say that Africa has gone through a process of deindustrialization, premature deindustrialization, in the sense that we hadn't, our efforts to diversify our economies and become industrialized had not been consolidated before they were reversed. So there's that element of why they were premature. And that same process was a result, if you like, of the widespread trade liberalization that took place. It has had a variety of different effects. Some are contradictory, some are gains as we might see them, but by and large, I think it's one of the reasons why we have this challenge with our industrialization. I'll come to why the industrialization dimension is so important for the regional value chain approach that we take. But in the process, the deindustrialization has meant that the links that are the hubs of our economy, those which involve increasing productivity, economies of scale, and so on, have been broken apart. And therefore, they give weaker support to other areas, such as agriculture, and in general, to SMEs. I'm old enough, and yes, I am very old, I confess. It's a tragedy, but what can one do? You know, I'm old enough to remember that when I was a child growing up, you had factories in the country where traders had passbooks, could get credit, supply rural, rural producers, and so on. You know, all kinds of inputs for their production. But that has kind of collapsed by and large. And therefore, accompanying an unintended consequence of this deindustrialization has also been a retardation of our agrarian sector. I mean, the way in which our agricultural food imports alone are prominent in our economies is a clear sign that we've become, if you like, food deficit in many respects, and so on. So the question of industrialization, what it does is that not only does it provide strategic centers, strategic nodes of growth for productivity and for aggregating and interconnecting different sectors, but it is the way in which it gives support to the whole range, the whole ecosystem, which could allow SMEs, for example, to thrive. That is the important point. If you remove that, then you have a problem. In other words, I'm trying to immediately imply that while trade integration is an important and unavoidable and inevitable focus for us today, we also have to begin to kind of parallel that with a notion of production integration. SMEs, which are given platforms to trade with one another across the region in an integrated way as part of a growing ecosystem of commerce and trade, are invaluable, indispensable. But if they thrive in the context of production linkages, which also involve SMEs across countries, across sectors, intersectoral, and so on, the capacity and opportunity for SMEs become even more sustainable. So if we proceed simply by giving trade integration the priority, and in the sequence of how we roll this out, we kind of leave behind or treat as an afterthought or as a secondary consideration how we integrate SMEs from the point of view of production linkages, I think we might be in a bit of trouble. And therefore, my first, if you like, thesis, they say I'm a lecturer, so please forgive me, but the first idea that I want to put across is that if we're thinking in terms of developing regional value chains, the experience of SMEs in terms of how their output, whether it is in the form of services, whether it's in the form of goods or merchandise and so on, how their output aggregate with one another. How is one sector or subsector or a particular SME, how do they interconnect with another in terms of their output becoming an input for someone else, and therefore that ecosystem being generated and scaled up. If we had that experience in the form at the fore of our considerations, then it becomes easier to look at how strategically we might begin to give this a greater priority. I mean, let's be honest and also say that so far, and that's one of the reasons why I think this conference is particularly important. So far, I think it is not unfair to say that the SME dimension and the production linkage dimension has taken a slightly back seat in the evolution of the AfCFTA to date. So this is a moment when I think a strategic and tactical corrective has to begin to be asserted, and it can only come from the experiences of all of you in this room, coupled with the historical understanding of the processes of how regional value chains develop, and our clear understanding that without a solid regional value chain base, what we are doing by way of integrating our economies at the level of trade will be taken over by somebody else. Already we have that happening inside our national economies. One stunning statistic for Africa, and I think is worth bearing in mind this particular aspect. In the most important growing area of all businesses in the world is what you call B2B, and that's why the input interlinkages between SMEs and so on, business to business, is important. Every region in the world that has made the developmental transition has done so through a stronger B2B within its own regional players and actors, business to business. The three most important B2B markets in the world today are: number one, China, but the Chinese B2B has two features. Most of it is dominated by Chinese companies themselves, on the one hand. Number two, it has become saturated. It has less room for growth as it might have done 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You can say the same about India, with the difference that in the case of India, the balance between the dominance of Indian B2Bs versus the presence of multinationals who come from outside the region is about 50% each. But also, the saturation of the Indian B2B sector is on the horizon. In fact, it is estimated that by 2030, it will no longer serve as a dynamic growth pole the way it has done so far. Which then leaves that the only B2B which is yet to grow and therefore has the greatest value potential in terms of growth is the one in Africa. But it is also the one B2B where African presence or the regional presence or domestic presence is almost non-existent. Now, that is a huge problem. That is a massive problem. But in as much as it is us who are trying hard to determine the pace, the evolution, the strategic steps of how we roll out our regional trade integration and how we do that on the basis of upgrading, upscaling regional value chains, then we still have the more or less the space to begin to ensure that what has happened up until now does not continue to determine our fortunes, and that we see this moment as one in which we can begin to kind of, very quickly scale up the way in which our regional markets can become integrated from the point of view not simply of trade, but also of production. We have one advantage, which I think we ought to take advantage, in fact, two advantages. The first advantage is that when it comes to interlinking SMEs and SME activity, it is already a fact that it is seen as a fragmented and small market. It's an important market. All of our economies are dominated by informal sector. But in terms of scale, it does not yet has attracted the kind of preponderant weight of multinationals and so on that you might find in banking or telecommunications or extractives or agro-processing and so on and so forth. Therefore, SMEs, whatever their difficulties are still in a relatively ascendant position, or should I say potentially ascendant position when it comes to integrating SMEs, the regional value chain. So that is one way in which we have an advantage. The second advantage, I think, is that when we look at where the same world trade and investment dimensions that I talked about are heading, certain factors that did not confront previous regional value chains confront us. For example, the crisis of the climate change, which means that the imperative of innovating, if you appropriate energy, appropriate technology on the one hand, plus the need to ensure that if our region still controls 29% of all the arable land in the world, till today, that is the fact as we speak, then our room to grow in terms of organic agrarian growth is also there. So I want to pose this as my second thesis, that despite the difficulties, if we take a bottom-up approach, which gives privilege to the experience and building the capabilities of SMEs, we might find that what looks like a disadvantage suddenly gives us an advantage. I think I'll leave it there by way of introductory remarks for now. And when we discuss the experiences, maybe we can throw in a bit more of the policy thinking that might help us, make the necessary transition, which I think all of us in this room agree is of paramount importance to us today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I think for those opening kickoff remarks, we would like to give the floor to Michael Cotto to also share his initial thoughts on this issue around the regional value chain. You can also tell us what you do at AfroChampion probably later around this regional value chain issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Tano has sort of set a tone beautifully with his lovely thesis about what the fundamental requirements are for us to be able to build not just regional value chains, but the right kinds of regional value chains. And I completely agree with him. It's very important. One of the reasons it's what he's talking about is important is because the unique thing in the case of Africa is that we're putting together this giant continental market at a time when we're not industrialized. So the point is that if we don't make industrialization an integral part of the AfCFTA, we're building a regional continental market only for outsiders to come and take advantage of. And that brings us to the point of SMEs, because you are the future industrialist. What you're doing today, the small-scale productions you're doing today, is the future industries of the AfCFTA that he spoke about. So the important question is how we help SMEs like you to scale. Because the AfCFTA is a scalable opportunity. That's important. There is no way SMEs are going to be able to properly take advantage of the AfCFTA if they continue to operate at a small scale. Because it's a scalable opportunity. And what that means is a continental market. You need economies of scale to be able to properly benefit from it. And the question that raises, you can decide to do it in two ways. You can decide to go solo, or you can decide to go through strategic partnerships. So scaling is important in order for SMEs to be able to take advantage of the AfCFTA. We cannot do it small scale, fragmented. Already, the continent markets are fragmented. We're trying to use the AfCFTA to consolidate. But the small businesses all over the continent also need to find a way to consolidate. So you can decide to scale through solo scaling, or you can decide to scale through strategic partnerships. And my preferred route to scaling is strategic partnerships. It's one of my pet topics, and I talk about it all the time. But often when we think about strategic partnerships, we tend to think about it in terms of partnering with people or other businesses that you like, your friends, people you're comfortable with. Actually, what we need in Africa is a partnership of rivals. A partnership of rivals. It's a mindset and an approach to business partnerships that we have not mastered very well. The reason I use that expression, partnership of rivals, is because if you cannot bring yourself to conceive of a potential business partnership with your biggest rivals, there's no way you can do it with your friends. If you don't have the capacity to partner with your rivals, any partnership you try to build with your friends is not going to succeed either. Because when you merge forces with your rivals, that's when you become even stronger. Now, the competitive landscape in Africa, the kind of market ownership we need to build, the kind of market dominance we need African businesses to build in order for us to take ownership of our markets, it's not something we can do if we continue to operate small scale. Because the global multinationals we're competing against are partnering as rivals. Day in, day out, you hear of mergers, acquisitions, and strategic partnerships. Mergers and acquisitions, that's rivals taking over each other or partnering. Either way you look at it, they are merging forces. That's the way they've taken over the world. Now, we are not going to be able to sit here and take ownership of this huge continental market if we don't learn to partner. So this is my pet topic, and it's my main message. And later when we come to the floor to hear from the SMEs, I would love to know and hear from you how you're going about that, because it's not easy. There are a lot of issues, of course, but are any of you trying to build partnerships locally, regionally? Because that's where regional value chains come in. It starts with these kinds of strategic partnerships and collaborations. So you're an enterprise in Ghana. The CFTA is not just about exporting your finished products to another market. From a regional value chain standpoint, it's also about, as Mr. Ajiji said, your input becoming another enterprise's output, another enterprise's output becoming your input. So as you look at the continental market, there are a lot of opportunities for strategic partnerships, strategic alliances. That's one of the things we have to start thinking about. How do you find partners in other countries? How do you find strategic collaborators in other parts of the continent that you can work with? So this would be my first thesis, as Mr. Chiche will say. The second thing I want to say, and this is a point I've made elsewhere that was considered a bit controversial. I think it's just unusual, not controversial. So we've been trying to accelerate the AfCFTA. This year, it's supposed to be the year for the acceleration of the AfCFTA. And it's great what the Secretariat has done with the Guided Trade Initiative. But I think we need to go a step further. And my suggestion is that we should have an experimental phase, a year or two, where we allow SMEs in Africa to trade under the AfCFTA without necessarily have to go through the rules of origin and all the other compliances that are required. At least for 2 years. If we like, we can cap it in terms of the value of trade that can be traded without having to go through the rules of origin. We can agree maybe $5,000, $10,000. We can have some scientific basis to arrive at a value. But we should have a phase where we allow small businesses to trade under the AfCFTA without necessarily have to go through all the rules of origin compliance. If we do this, we will indeed accelerate the AfCFTA. Number two, we will build the critical mass that is necessary to reach the tipping point that we need. Because you see, we are coming from a low base. If we unleash SMEs all over the continent to start trading, by 2 years' time, if no rules of origin, we just need some minimum checks to be sure that the product is actually originating from within the continent. So people are not importing things from outside the continent and shipping around and trading under the AfCFTA. But that's easy to detect. If it has a made in Nigeria or a made in Kenya label, it's easy to see. So this would be my second point. We need, if we indeed want to accelerate, I think the Guided Trade Initiative is good, but it's not enough. And this would be my suggestion for how we do it. My third point, and those would be my concluding points, is that it is very difficult for small businesses to go through, if they are in the production side of things, the whole process of sourcing raw materials, producing your finished product or intermediate product or whatever it is, and then finding buyers in another market all over the continent, going through all the compliance process, making sure that you go through all the shipping, your product is delivered. Trade is complex. It can be very complicated, and I'm sure those of you who have tried to export your, or import your products can identify with this. It's not easy, especially when they are small businesses, because usually one or two the same entrepreneur is taking care of several aspects of managing a small business. Now they have to go and find a buyer in Kenya or in Zambia, and then they have to go through the whole shipping process. We need to invest in trade intermediation. If we want to build regional value chains and accelerate to the AfCFTA, trade intermediation is very, very important, especially for AfCFTA. So trade aggregators and export trading companies have a very important role to play here, especially because Intra-Africa trade is tough. Shipping products within the continent is tough, it's expensive. And going through the compliance is difficult. So whilst we encourage small, medium enterprises to produce, to manufacture, to, you know, one of the areas we need to emphasize is trade intermediation. So we need to encourage more companies that focus on just intermediation, the intermediation aspect. They will aggregate, first of all, they will go finding the buyers. And then they come into the market to find the producers, the small-scale producers. They can buy from them, aggregate, consolidate, and take care of the shipping. That way, they're also able to operate at scale, which makes it easier for them to take advantage of the economies of scale. They can restrict finance. They can take care of the compliance. It's a lot easier. So that the small, medium enterprises can focus on doing what they do best, which is produce. Somebody else finds the buyers. Somebody else aggregates and consolidates and takes care of the shipping. That way, you are still participating in the AfCFTA, but you're not necessarily having to go find buyers and ship your products and go through the whole complicated process of finding trade finance facilities, to execute all this when you get to them. And this is an important gap in our regional value chains at the moment. But it is an entrepreneurial opportunity. So some of you here who are currently in the business of, either producing or trying to ship and all of that, this is a market gap that some of you may begin to want to pay attention to. The opportunity is not just producing a finished product or intermediate product and finding a buyer somewhere. One of the biggest market gaps that's screaming to be filled, and it's a business opportunity, is the trade intermediation business opportunity. And SMEs can also fill this gap. So it's one of the important things we need to do, and it's a business opportunity. It's not something that governments necessarily have to, of course they have a role to facilitate and provide all the support. But it's a business opportunity that I want to encourage many SMEs and entrepreneurs to begin to pay attention to and also take advantage of. So those will be my opening statements. Later on, I'll talk a little bit more about what AfroChampions does.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I think SMEs are happy. So I think opportunities as a keyword really came across from our two speakers. And TCs, the first one did 2, the second one did 3. So now I think it's time to open the floor to hear if there is any other theses, syntheses, or antitheses. So let's hear from you. So you can introduce yourself. Do you have a mic in the room? Yeah, tell us who you are. So we have 15 minutes to go. Yes, madam.
Thank you. My name is Ramat Chucho Saijima, and I represent Chobox Express. We are into the processing of local healthier delicacies like your Hausa cocoa, kose, pinkaso in a packaged form. In fact, a lot of the things you've presented resonates with me. As I sit here, I'm trying to juggle, looking for my raw material, sourcing it from Niger, and we all know what is happening in Niger today. I've spoken with a driver who is trying to see how they can, transport it on the river before it gets to him at the border. You can imagine the kind of risk. I'm even thinking of going into getting insurance for this particular adventure I'm about to take today, because it wasn't like that initially when I started getting it. So in terms of value chain, raw material source, in fact, is my biggest headache. Now let's come to shipping out even into my next door neighbor, which have gotten someone to say, okay, I'm ready to take your products to this country. Now she's struggling to, get some documentation. It's actually FDA certified already, but she's struggling to get some things through just to take it there. But in fact, if we get such people to front us, really what I need to worry about is getting my regulatory, license locally whilst I process, and make her life also easier. When she picks it, she has the confidence that, look, this is certified. What then do I need to take it a step further? And truly, in fact, if we have such opportunity, I only get to focus on what I'm doing best. And that's all I need to do. I can even add more value to other things. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
So I would request, because we almost time for the next session, we keep the questions very brief. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists who mentioned the trade aggregators. I would want to look at it in terms of economic diplomacy. Within the sub-region, we also have our foreign missions within sub-Saharan Africa. So for example, if Ghana has a mission in Kenya and somebody wants to actually export from here to Kenya, we know we have economic counselors. Some of these things we can offer freely for SMEs who are looking to expand. We don't need to charge them, because that's what the foreign service is there for. So we have to find ways, creative ways of doing it and supporting the business. Because if you talk about economic trade aggregators, if somebody's trade aggregator, they will not offer their service for free. But we should find ways, other innovative ways, use existing systems to benefit. I think our foreign missions have to be strategic in supporting businesses wherever we set up. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. Catherine Nwelanumbo is my name, from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. It's a very important point. We'll note it and we would get it to our foreign officers. Every trade mission, we have a trade officer there. And actually, it's part of their mandate. So wherever you are, when you get to the foreign mission, you ask for the trade attaché or the commercial officer, who is an officer from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Sorry. And they will be very happy to help.
Thank you for that information. Please remember to get in touch with her.
Thank you. My name is Imran Shams Kwache, Vice Chair, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Accra branch. You said a lot of things, and then we follow after program ever since it was launched. But I think there are some basic things that if you don't get it right, as you just said, the foreigners will take over. And it's like we always create for them to take over, and then we become spectators. Why am I saying so? Look at African Union. Everything about European Union is the same document they took. They only changed the name from Africa to Europe. We did all the work for them. And we are doing the same, because when you're talking of intercontinental trade, we should consider logistics first and foremost, because you can't ship something from here to your next door and the thing has to go to Europe before it comes back. What have you done to yourself? Have we improved our logistics industry in terms of transportation from one country to another? We plan doing the West African shipping line for almost 10 years now. I don't know where it has gotten to. You see, so it's a good thing, but the basic things has to be addressed. And where I'm standing, I'm not seeing it like that. So it's something that the leadership of the Africa continent should look at those things. I can't be shipping something to Cameroon or East Africa and it has to go to Europe before it comes back. Look at the cost aspect. And we are talking of SMEs. Almost over 90% of African businesses are SMEs, whether we believe it or not. The bigger ones are multinationals. And everything they make from the continent, they repatriate it. So we work for them, we do all the hard work, and they only have to tap in and make themselves comfortable. So it's about time that leadership of AfTA has to be looking at those things. It's very critical. With our sponsor, AfriExim Bank, they control the bigger pairs. So these are some of the areas that they should be looking at. I think that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contribution from the floor? Here, please. That will be the, there are two. Three. Okay. Can we be brief? If you can just
let's also request that we get varieties from other countries as well. We would prefer that as well.
Okay, this will be brief. On the non-compliance moratorium, it's a good idea. But with experience, if you go free, when can you come back to implement the real course? So I think it's better we stick to the compliance and drive it than give a moratorium and then become a problem in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we take that young lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Marian Kujomela, and I'm the owner and founder of Mela and Marian Cosmetics. So we manufacture and sell hair and body care products for shea butter. When we are trying to get the AfCFTA or certificate of origin, they tell us that we should get a buyer before then they can issue us a certificate of origin. But how do you get a buyer now? And the buyer asks you, do you have the certificate of origin plus all your other documents? Then you say no, then how does the person trust you that you can do a legitimate business or conduct a smooth transaction with them? Because they don't trust that if you can have FDA asks you to bring your products and then you are certified. But how do you get a buyer before then you are issued a certificate of origin? Please, it doesn't really make sense for us. So kindly assist us with that.
Thank you. So we'll take the last and then we'll give to our speaker. Yeah, that is the last, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fidelcia Boa. I'm currently the acting president for Simat Investment Limited. So we are basically an exports company. We deal in the exportation of cocoa bean shells, palm kernel nuts, palm kernel cake, like anything agriculture. We are actually one of the very few companies that have been blessed with the certificate to ship charcoal, to export charcoal. But here is the case that when it comes to the exportation of charcoal to other countries, the government has placed so much regulations on the export that we are forced to step down from it. But then the exportation of charcoal is the thing that actually it's very lucrative. Okay, we have the ready market, but there are so many restrictions and regulations on it that we are forced to come down. Is there a way that you are going to facilitate making this particular process easier for us?
Thank you. Okay, overall chair, yeah. Okay, give to our last one.
Yeah.
Then
Thank
we'll
you
come
very
back.
much. Thank you. First to the basics. For the past 2 years, my name is Priscilla Sewajesi. For the past 2 years, I've been attending AfTA events, and I think, personally, I feel AfTA has something they are doing, and the governments from these countries have something they are doing. This is what I feel, they are not saying the same thing. Fine, we need to transport. But as at now, we only have few people from Ministry of Trade here. To me, I thought we were coming to see possibly the foreign affairs, someone from the foreign affairs, someone from the finance ministry, all those, because to the best of my knowledge, AfTA is with all these people, as well as the Ministry of Trade. The governments are saying something different. AfTA as an organization is saying something different. Moving from here to Nigeria last 2 months took me, God knows how many struggles to go through. So please, if this is what the governments in Africa want, let them tell us. We should feel it. Because we only see AfTA making, excuse me to say, the noise about it. We don't feel the government. So if this is what we truly want, we should do it. If we are not ready, let's just stop. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've heard it. It's important really to hear those views. Definitely, as organizers, we work with all key stakeholders. Okay, let me hear from the two speakers. What are your reaction vis-a-vis the questions and the issues raised?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Despite the variation and the concerns, the wide range of different concerns, I think they add up to a coherent picture. The first thing, two comments really. The first thing to say is this: SMEs will find ways, with or without government support and so on. They are already doing things. I think we've heard that from the floor. Not only have we heard that from the floor, it is in our experience. So if there's problems in Niger, the price of onions go up. That is there. Those are not multinationals, those are SMEs. Or our sister who spoke about sourcing raw materials, or the brother who spoke about logistics and so on. I think that is the reason why I spoke about production, because if you produce something, you have to sell it. And if you produce something and the way in which that production is integrated, you have a constituency across a range of different locations which can add up as a powerful driving force. I mean, I've always made the argument that sometimes when you have small scale, it's not simply at the level where my brother was talking about, but all kinds of things come into play. So you are in Niger or you are in Mali and you depend on transshipment by road from Tema or Abidjan or Apapa or whatever it is, or Cotonou or wherever it is. If you have, let's say, 3 articulated trucks going per day, it is easy for some customs officer to block it and say, give me this, give me that. So if there were 5,000, no one dare do that, because the cost of holding it up, the interests that are involved will overwhelm your petty attempt to get 5 cities or 100 cities or whatever it is. People are forced to respond when there's scale. So the question of the way in which the markets are fragmented and what is the best way to aggregate them so that the whole complex of interests, that the logistics dimension, the rules of origin dimension, the smoothness of the input-output supply dimension, all of that has to find complexes, different nodes around which we are aggregating some of these things. So if that is the case, because for example, let me just end on an example rather than a comment as such. If you took any of the things that we're talking about that are at already some degree of scale, the onion case, for example, if you had that, or in the period of COVID, food supplies are truncated because borders are closed or locked down and so on and so forth, there is nothing wrong with private sector people telling the government that, okay, we are the ones who operate transport. We can, give us the certification and the licensing as well as subsidized fuel or whatever it is to ensure that 100 or 200 articulated trucks are licensed as ECOWAS delivery and they are here to collect this, collect that, so on and so forth. At every level of that entrepreneurial opportunity that my brother spoke about, there is a production-centered hub. In the same way as technology can develop. We had our railways around which different machine-making tools and Swami Magazine and all those micro-engineering things which were supplying factories in terms of repairs and so on. All those things that take place. And it is the reason why, if we're looking at it from the point of view of I produce, how do I trade? Yeah. Rather than what are the linkages of production and how are they addressing the needs of consumers and other, service providers across the chain? How do we aggregate these? If you're aggregating the transport question, the logistical question, the input supply question, all around production hubs, I think you make sense. If you get to that scale, then you are in a position to tell your Mola Mesk or whatever it is that, yes, you have been fleecing us, because they have been fleecing us in a variety of different ways. Okay? Come Ebola, one ship captain who was held up in Abidjan for checks, decided that when he got to Takrady and Tema, the one ship captain, not the company, will levy a charge on Takrady port and Tema. This is somebody in a monopoly position. But if you invert it, he cannot do his transshipment unless he's carrying 40% of intra-regional trade goods at a certain, cost schedule, so on and so forth. I'm trying to say, if we aggregate, I know I'm speaking very quickly and I'm, apparently picking things from here and there. I'm simply saying that the practical experience that people already have themselves offer a basis for all the things that we are talking about to take practical effect, from which then the scale that my brother is talking about can be done. Otherwise, we are doing a number of things separately. I have a problem. I'm coming here to speak about it. There's no one from Ministry of Energy to deal with Coal, is it going to last in climate change? There's no one from Ministry of Agriculture talking about the agro industries. There's no one from Foreign Affairs and so on and so forth. But if already we are organized on the ground in a variety of different ways, those problems become problems that no one can avoid addressing. You can't go to Parliament and make a statement about any of these issues without prioritizing all these questions. So I am saying SMEs will find a way, legally or illegally. They can even go into Galamsey and artisanal mining and destroy the whole. They will always find a way. What is it that AfCFTA allows us to bring to the table that can coherently, at a micro level, solve all these problems as one complex and then begin to scale up? Transport, logistics, input supply, financing, all of this in different, locales and interlinked across regions. That's why I talk about the question of production being central, because by its very nature, it integrates and brings to the fore all these questions as an immediate consideration for everyone who is involved. I know the discussion is a bit too short and we don't have too much time, but hopefully as the day goes on, we can pick up some of these questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Koto.
Thanks. Just very quickly, just to reiterate my point about the non-compliance moratorium. So my view is that we need to think outside the box. We need to be a bit disruptive if we want this thing to work. So the normal way of doing things, yes, we ordinarily, should follow that process. But it's taken us 60 years. 60 years. And we're still below 20% of intra-African trade. So we need to disrupt ourselves. We need to disrupt the very trade protocols that we think we have to operate by. The disruption is not just in the market. Even we have to disrupt the models, the compliance models. So what I'm saying is not that it's a free-for-all. If the standards authorities and food and drug authorities in the various African countries certify products locally, I think that's enough for a 2-year period. Let SMEs trade without rules of origin. The government may lose some money and so on. The problem we're trying to solve is to move intra-African trade from 17% to 30–40%. It's taken us 60 years and we're still at 18–17%. To move it to 40%, we need to disrupt the way we do things. So I think it is far easier to come back to compliance after we have reached 40% than it is for us to get to 40% with the compliance. So it's not a normal way of doing things. So it will be difficult, but I think it's possible. It's an experiment. We should try it. Number 2, so China Mall in Ghana. Of course, China is the world's factory, so they are all over the place. Even without China Mall, China is already here. But they are still doing China Mall on top of that. Our people in Makola are already China Mall, but China Mall is still doing China is still doing China Mall here. ShopRite. That's South Africa's way of accelerating its exports across Africa. So one of the things we need to do is to see how we can experiment with these models. The good thing is that Ghana has recently started a concept called the Ghana Trade House, which has been spearheaded by GEPA in Nairobi. So in Nairobi now, if you go to Nairobi, there is something that you can call the Ghana Mall. It's a very small-scale operation for now, but what you're doing is that they've got a lot of Ghanaian products in a shop in Nairobi, so that Ghanaian SMEs don't always have to go to, say if you want to operate in Kenya, to go and find your own local agent there, or go and find your own shop where you display your goods on shelves, in Kenya. You can go through this platform that has been set up there. The good thing is that it's not just a shop. It's a system for taking orders, so your goods are there. You're sharing the shelf space, you pay something small. I think if you get in touch with GEPA, you would get to know more about this. It's a very good initiative, and they're trying to see how they can replicate this in many more markets in Africa. I completely agree with you on the foreign missions. If you see the amount of resources European and American trade missions, not the missions, but the embassies, the trade attaches of these embassies invest in market research locally, you'll be amazed. Just to conclude, so our foreign missions are not used to doing this. So we can't expect them to simply get used to it. But we have over 15 embassies across Africa, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, at least Ghana. So I completely agree with you, but we need to push. We need to do more in all these areas. So just to bring the discussion to a close, I think, just my parting words, I think partnerships are very important. I said it at the beginning and I want to say it again. Please partner. There are many of you here who are doing similar things. Come together, form strategic partnerships and alliances, and it's one of the fastest ways to scale. Economies of scale are important if you want to take advantage of AfCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you again. So I would like to thank our two speakers, but also the SMEs that have really contributed and shared their experience and what they think could be actually the good way to go. To summarize in 30 seconds, you will just keep note of these acronyms. BAPEC, it doesn't have a meaning, but it's B, A, P, E, C. The B stands for basics, so we need to get the basics right. The A stands for action, so what we need is political action, but also business action. There is a lot of meaning around that. The P stands for partnership you was talking about, but also around production. You need to produce to be able to trade. The E stands for getting economies of scales. And the C stands for coordination, which I think need to happen among the AfCFTA Secretariat, our different government, but also the SMEs. So that's how I will summarize these. So I would like to thank you again and overall MC for the 5 minutes given to us. Thank you, and it was nice serving you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Let's put our hands together for them. We appreciate you, moderator, Dr. Barasu Diawara, the knowledge management expert, African Capacity Building Foundation. Let's put our hands together once again for that panel. And I have got 2 breakout sessions next, as well as the last panel. That's why I'm going to be on our moderators to keep to time for me, because 2 breakout sessions and then a panel at the end. The first breakout session is taking place right now. We're going to give ourselves a maximum of 45 minutes. I think it's going to be moderated. Actually, so we have I think room A will be here. With the permission, yes. Room A will be here, room B will be in the next door. So the other side is also reserved for us. If you just step out of the door here, on your left side, you get into the other auditorium for room B. And for room A, we are going to discuss financing for small and medium enterprises, overcoming financial barriers to growth. Financing for SMEs, overcoming financial barriers to growth is going to be moderated by Mr. Anthony Nyamibefi, who is a lecturer, executive MA in Regional Integration in African Development, Emiriat, also with CREA. And then the panel will be Ms. Audrey Abeka, Head of SMEs, Agency Banking and Partnership, APSA, Mrs. Charlotte Amankwa, Regional Head, AWA, Commercial Banking, EcoBank, and Mr. Gabriel Sian Owusu, Head of Business Banking, SME, Societe Generale, Experience Sharing by SMEs is also going to be there. And then question and answer. So we'll try do about 30 minutes discussions. We have about 15 minutes engagement. We will come back here and then appoint somebody from that group to tell us, lead us in what transpired from that particular session. The second room B, which is going to be the next one, will be harnessing the power of innovation and technology to overcome business barriers to intra-Africa trade. That's harnessing the power of innovation and technology to overcome business barriers to intra-Africa trade, moderated by Madame Felicia Chumesi. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Home Foods Limited. Panel will be Mr. Romeo Buge, is a CEO IT Consortium Limited. Mr. Joshua Chibuze, co-founder and CMO Piggy Vest in Nigeria. And then there will be experience sharing by small and medium enterprises. Also, there will be question and answers. When we return into this auditorium, a representative from that particular room will lead us and tell us what transpired there. That representative will be selected randomly, so all of us ought to pay attention when we get into that room. Randomly, again, randomly. Thank you very much. We break out now. Group A, we are here. Group B, we are in the other room. Group B, you'll be talking technology, innovation. Group A, you'll be talking money. And you stay here with Mr. Nyamibefi. Mr. Nyamibefi, you can take over. And then Madame Felicia Chumesi, you can also take over in Group A. Shall we? So all the techies we want to see in the next room. We know that the techies are also looking for money, but we don't want you to stay here. Okay? So I will repeat if you are not sure. Financing for small and medium enterprises. Okay. So you are choosing if you want to be in the financing for small and medium enterprises, overcoming financial barriers to growth. You stay in this room. That is, if that is your choice, you stay in this room. But we would also encourage as many of us, because you cannot trade without technology these days and innovation, whichever field you find yourself. And the more you innovate, the more you make money. Innovation session, harnessing the power of innovation and technology, is in the other room. That's Group B. So Group B will be led by Madame Felicia Chumesi, Home Foods Limited. Shall we meet in the other room? As much as possible, we should have about half in this room, half in the next room. Innovation and technology, the other room. If you want to innovate in whatever product or enterprise you're involved in, the other room is yours, please. All right, getting ready. There will be, the techies, we have microphones in the other room set already, please. Ms. Audrey Abaka, Head of SMEs Agency Banking and Partnership, APSA. Mrs. Charlotte Amankwa, Regional Head, AWA, Commercial Banking, EcoBank. Mr. Gabriel Sianwo, who is the Head of Business Banking, Societe Generale, please, in this room. Mr. Romeo Buge is the CEO IT Consortium. We need you in that room, please. Mr. Joshua Chibuze, there's a co-founder and CMO, Piggy Vest, Nigeria. We need you in the other room as well. Okay. Those of us in Group A, which is this room, can we please move forward? Can we please move forward so that we have, you know, a very, shall we move forward, please? We can always return to our seats. Okay. Mr. Nyambefi, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this session. And please, can we come up a bit, or you still are comfortable with your places? All right. I think since we even have the mic, it's okay for us. So we are going to have this session on SME financing. And we know that SME financing is one of the main challenges that private sector business operators in Africa go through. So this session is very, very crucial. Unfortunately, because of the time constraint, we will see what we can do. So what we will do is that somewhere along the line, one of the panelists also could not join us. That is Mr. Gabriel Sian Owusu, head of banking at Societe Generale. So we have two panelists. So I will give each panelist 12 minutes. 12 minutes each for them to, luckily, as they said, they are all heads of SME banking divisions in their banks. So this one, we're going to get a practical experience. So they are going to share with us the facilities that they have available for SMEs who want to do international trade business or cross-border business, among other things. So when they finish their presentations, then we will open the floor for questions, and then also those who have been assessing facilities at some of the banks as SME operators, you can also share some of your experiences with it. So without much ado, I'll call Ms. Audrey Abeka to set the ball rolling. So you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I'm representing ABSA Bank. We used to be Barclays Bank, and 2 to 3 years ago, we transitioned to a Pan-African bank. We operate in 12 different countries, and in Ghana, we are actually building on the strong legacy of Barclays, which used to be in the country for over 100 years. We are one of the top 3 banks in this country. This year, half year, we printed, we posted very strong financials despite the debt exchange program, and we were the most profitable bank in this country. And I'm happy to tell all of you that though the economy has been challenging and some banks are scaling down lending because of capital issues, ABSA is aggressive on the market, and we are supporting small and medium enterprises to scale. And we have been at this for over 4 or 5 years, and we have been at the forefront of SME financing. Now, we have various solutions that support small and medium enterprises to grow their businesses. And I would start with what I call the impact financing. One of the speakers we just listened to, mentioned the importance of strategic partnership. So much has changed in the banking landscape, and if you are a bank and you really want to support the SME sector, you can't do it alone. You need to foster the right strategic partnership to enable you to be able to, invest in that sector. And ABSA has done so well. We were the first bank to partner a DFI, MasterCard Foundation, to support about 5,000 SMEs in 5 years, and also build their capacity within that same year, and in the process create 50,000 jobs for young Ghanaians. And the project, started 3 years ago. As I speak, we have been able to invest $40 million into small and medium enterprises. And the project benefits women entrepreneurs. So any business that has a woman owning 50% share in that business qualifies to borrow under that project. And then also young entrepreneurs, business owners who are between 18 to 35 years also benefit under that project. And then agri-businesses. You know, when it comes to exporters in this country, majority are in the agri-value chain. So all the agri-value chain business owners benefit from this project. And then finally, fintech. Now, this project enables the bank to lend to SMEs at 10% per annum. I know that SMEs are used to interest rate per month, 8% per month, 6% per month, but this particular project is able to support you at a rate of 10% per annum, less than 1%, unbelievable. We launched this special SME loan at 10% in May. And I'm happy to say that we have already invested over 100 million Ghana cedis in 3 months into over 200 small and medium enterprises. Businesses within this beneficiary category are able to access up to 11 million Ghana cedis, $1 million, up to 11 million Ghana cedis. You know, the topic under discussion is looking at the barriers that SMEs encounter when they are accessing finance. And one of the major challenge is the collateral, access to collateral. And if I should ask the business owners in this room, you know, to raise their hands and tell us how many of you actually have landed property to secure your facility. Majority will not raise their hands because they don't have it. And as a financial institution, if you really want to play in the SME sector, you need to embrace some level of risk, because there is that perception that that sector is risky, and it is true that that sector is risky. However, if you base your judgment and decision on that perception of risk, you cannot lend to these SMEs. And AfCFTA has embraced some level of risk, and we are able to support SMEs up to 500,000 Ghana cedis without collateral. And you know, one of the challenges also is SMEs struggle with these application processes, and they think that, you know, commercial banks are so rigid, bureaucratic, and stringent in their lending process. We have scaled down significantly and made lending so seamless. So up to 500,000 Ghana cedis, you don't even need to fill any application. We have automated the process in such a way that all you need to do is to tell us how much you require. We base our judgments on your cash flow performance in our system, and we are able to determine how much you can access within a year or 2 years. And in 2 days, we are able to support you if you are lending up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Up to 1 million Ghana cedis. Women, entrepreneurs, agri-businesses, youth entrepreneurs, and fintech, you are also able to access up to 1 million Ghana cedis without collateral. The only thing we would require from you is your 3 years audited financials if you are borrowing anything above 500,000. And you will agree with me that anything above 500,000 is quite substantial. I'm not saying that 500,000 is not substantial. We have embraced the risk. But anything above that is quite substantial, and definitely we will need your financials to do the right analysis to give us the level of comfort that your business, you know, is healthy financially and is capable of repaying the amount that you require. Now, anything above 1 million, that is where our collateral ask comes in, our audited financial also comes in, and some level of information are also required. Now, besides this impact financing that I'm talking about, we also have other solution that favors the SME. We have what we call our enterprise financing, where if you have a contract with any anchor company, so let's say you have a contract to supply, you know, raw materials to a fan milk, for example, Once you get that contract as a business owner, we are able to finance that contract up to 80%. You don't need collateral to access this level of finance, because the anchor company gives us some level of comfort and also serves as a form of guarantee for that particular lending. We also have our commercial assets financing. Those of you who want to buy trucks, any form of asset, we are able to support you on that. We will finance it up to 80%, and your equity would be the 20%. Besides that, we do have excesses. You know, sometimes business owners, you land on an opportunity, you need quick money to turn around. When you come to us, in 10 days, in 1 day, we'll be able to give you what we call an SS. And SS, you can access any amount depending on your cash flow performance with the bank, and you pay within 10 days. We also have the overdraft facility that we can mark on your account, so you can overdraw your account up to the approved limit. The only difference is that overdraft must be collateralized because of the level of risk in marking such a limit. So for businesses that require overdraft, that one we ask for some level of collateral. I would pause here because I believe that there would be quite a number of questions that would come in, so that I can address those questions and give my sister the opportunity to also make her input.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. I think I will ask the second panelist to go straight to also share their experience with us.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think as introduced, I'm representing EcoBank. If I were to start off by asking SME owners and leaders here to say how many are either happy or unhappy with EcoBank, I'm sure that I would get a mix. Because for SME funding, that's how it works. There are some who have benefited from financing, and there are some who have not. I think that our role here in this session is to deliberate with you and share what our institutions have tried to do. My approach will be to focus on the practical aspects of what we have come to learn from the SMEs as what you need. You know, we have a certain bad habit of assuming for our clients, this is what the customer wants, and therefore we will do it this way. But EcoBank has learned over the years that when we listen to what has worked or what exactly you need, then we craft the solution. I would speak primarily on two angles. The first aspect is on this breakout session, the barriers to finance as we've come to understand from working with you, how we are addressing it. The second bit is on what this broad conference is about, which is the AfCFTA. I believe that every participant here is looking at ways in which you can expand your business reach, your market reach beyond where you are now, which is Ghana or any other country that you are representing. So starting off with the first one, I'm sure that you may know that EcoBank is in many countries in Africa. We are in 35 at the moment. In those countries, we offer what we call one bank. So whatever I talk about here is applicable to the different markets in which we are. For SME financing, throughout this session, I've heard earlier participants talk about some of the challenges, the perception that you are too risky, there isn't collateral, you are not ready, etc. What we have done as an institution is to pick on some of these challenges and work with our customers to deal with them, so that the products and services that we list are actually solving those problems. So first off, I think Audrey talked about collateral as an issue. It's obviously a concern. Indeed, within our SME, broad SME offering, and the focus on one aspect, which is women-led businesses, we have the Elevate by EcoBank initiative or program. Under Elevate by EcoBank, we are able to address that barrier on ease of collateral presentation to the bank but also, more importantly, I dare say, equip women-led businesses to be more ready for what we say we are looking for to fund them. So typically, I'm sure that there are many stories you are aware of. An SME led by a woman, very hardworking, comes to the bank and we give them a tall list. One of my customers says, you ask for my grandmother's birth certificate and her cousin's driving license. By the way, EcoBank doesn't do that. Now, in the process of equipping our women-led entrepreneurs, we have training and capacity building. I'll just share one example. In the last year, partnering with the Global Business Schools Network, we have trained over 40 women. This is here in Ghana alone, and equipped them with different skills: technology, marketing, digital marketing, bookkeeping, which is our typical range. So that when you come to, after that session, after that program, which was over weeks of training virtually, the woman entrepreneur is ready and easily lent to by the bank. We don't think that our role is just to give you a loan, but to equip the SME to that point where they are able to manage the loan that we have given and work with it. So this is just one of the non-financial benefits under our women-led initiative. And then financially too, yes, together with the African Union, AUDA, NEPAD, similar funds given out. About $2 million in working capital has gone out to different beneficiaries. So I could spend a lot of time talking about we've done this and that, but just to summarize this aspect of what I wanted to share with you from EcoBank, in terms of direct SME financing, we address, work with SMEs on the barriers, particularly their capacity to take the funding, as well as the necessary partnerships to be able to deliver the funding collateral-free in many cases. For over 40 years now, there have been different parts of the bank who have been dealing with institutions like the USAID, the Agence Française de Développement, silently on various guarantees that enable us lend to you collateral-free. So that is available. Now, I'll quickly go to the other aspects, which I said I'll talk about. At this forum, many of us are looking at how do we expand our products' reach beyond where we are, the immediate country in which we are. And the AfCFTA is a fantastic platform for SMEs, local corporates, and related businesses. How we at EcoBank see it is this: because of our unique advantage of being in various countries on the continent, we work with the AfCFTA. We bank the secretariat. We deal with the SMEs who are members, and indeed their staff. EcoBank has come out with a solution to facilitate intra-African trade. It's called the Single Market Trade Hub. This was launched about 2 months ago. I'll just describe it briefly. It's online, the EcoBank Single Market Trade Hub. It's an information repository. You go there and get information on what AfCFTA does, what it brings to you. And our role as EcoBank is to facilitate payment in that ecosystem. Under the AfCFTA, the Single Market Trade Hub is what is known as My Trade Hub. So for an SME, when you go onto our Single Market Trade Hub, you can create your own profile. My Trade Hub is specific to Charlotte Enterprise. I create my profile, tell everyone which products I deal in and which kind of customers I'm looking to attract. So all of our customers across our 35 countries are able to set up their profile, put out their products, and it's like a marketplace virtually where you can see other partners. I'll share a few of the outcomes since we launched this, so that you know that it's live. It's not a banker telling you stories. On My Trade Hub, we've been able to help a Ghanaian entrepreneur export successfully rubber, cashew, and cassava. You know, for banking ethical reasons, I'm not able to mention the individual company names, but we have helped them to export these products, rubber, cashew, cassava, to Cote d'Ivoire. There is a customer who has sent rice from Liberia to Ghana. There is a case of one of our customers who deals in honey, tea, and dry fruits here in Ghana, who has done so to Nigeria. As I speak today, there are also different SMEs who have created their profile. Remember, I told you about my trade hub. They have put it there, ask for matching to a potential buyer, all the way from Fabrics in Senegal, who is looking for a buyer in Nigeria. On the trade hub, they have found a potential buyer, and we as a bank intermediating are working on connecting them for the payment to go through. So I could go on and on about cases that have happened and are live now. But in this session, just like Audrey said, we would like to have the opportunity to interact and then build on the initial discussions. My objective in talking with you has been to say, one, EcoBank is leveraging on our unique presence across many countries to facilitate trade and open up the opportunities for our SMEs. Two, to share with you the practical cases that this is something that is actually happening and you can take advantage of. So, Mr. Moderator, I'll end it here, yes, okay. And then I hope that we can keep discussing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the insight that you have already given to us. And I'm happy that their inputs or their initial presentations are a bit short so that we can get more time to go into detailed discussion. Because here, as they said, the most important thing is for you, the participants, to come out with many questions possible that you think the banks can address to ensure that you get a tailor-made financing solution to your challenges. And then others can also share their ideas on how they assess some innovative financing way in which maybe the banks can also take on board to see how things will evolve. But I must say that we appreciate very much what they have given to us. So I'll just now open the floor. You are free to ask questions, you can seek clarifications, or you can share with us how you think we can address some of these financing barriers for SMEs. Yes. May I know who will be sending the mic around? Hello? Yes. Please, you can get it from, or if there is none, then please come for one here. Yes, we are enjoying the inputs.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Imran Shamskwachi, Vice Chair, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Accra branch. Yeah, well said. And when you talk of SMEs, we have two types. The commerce type and the manufacturing type. And what we are discussing today is something to do more with the manufacturing. Because if we want to transform the fortunes of this continent, it's about manufacturing. Yes, commerce comes in because commerce is the value chain addition of that manufacturing locally. That's where we achieve what we want to achieve. But here's the thing. Banks perceive manufacturers on this side of the world to be highly risky people to venture to or to give facility to. And I'm talking from experience. And the sad thing, we are so not giving you We are working on it, And I don't mind sharing personal experience with you. This attitude has cost me close to $1 million debt. I provided everything, including collateral, everything, landed property, which is even 10 times higher than the money I was asking. It's one aspect of it. Another thing is, if it's about commerce, that's where most bankers perceive to be less risk area. Oh, I'm going to bring goods from China, India, Europe, where, they do their calculation, within 3 months you can sell and give them money. That one, I can vouch everything for the banks. They do it quickly. They love doing it. But what will build the country and the country, they don't want to know because they perceive to be high-risk person. This is some of the suggestions. Mind this thing is a missed thing. You have your corporate social responsibility things that you do often. So why can't you declare some of your profit, annual profit? If you 30 or 40% to support SMEs or manufacturing sector, you can choose any area that you want to do that way. As your corporate social responsibility, as a grant form, maybe it hasn't crossed your mind, but this you can look at it as a grant form to build on other businesses. Also, at the end of the day, if the business grows, it's you the banks that benefit. Because if I have $1 billion or CDs, I won't keep it in the house. It will be at the bank, you'll be lending it and you'll be making a profit on it. I only have my name on it. That is what it is. So unless we have this attitude that we are also supporting the system to grow businesses, to make them strong, you get nowhere. If the money you are giving is going to commerce, importation, cost down is zero, because at the end of the day, everything will be repatriated. You are left with less than maybe 5-10 minutes money in your hand to retain as a local business person. So I wouldn't like to, there's a lot to be said, but I think this has given you a clue. I would like to end there for others also to contribute. Thank you.
That's okay. Okay, thank you. But before the second, the second person starts speaking, I will encourage that you become very brief, so that others, more people can get a chance to also make some contribution.
My name is Gifty Tagbo. I'm an MD of Top Creativity Industry Limited and cocoa processing company and cassava value chain. My question goes to Auntie Audrey. When I was opening an account under MasterCard, it took 3 weeks. I want to know. And after the 3 months, what happens? If you need a loan, what happens? The second one goes to Auntie Charlotte, EcoBank. I opened leverage, I think 3 years ago, almost close to 3 years ago. Nothing happened, apart from after we have opened the account as a woman, nothing happened. But you will not pay COT and other things, so I'm enjoying that. And my dollar account is over there. Even Monday, I went to my branch and asked the lady in charge, is there any good news concerning SMEs? He said there is nothing. 3 years down the line now. So please, thank you. God bless you.
Okay, good afternoon. And so my name is Daniel Entry. I work with the African Skills Hub, more of a development organization that focuses on training youth, women, and SMEs. So good to see you, Audrey. I think I came in earlier before Audrey spoke. So my first question is to Charlotte, to find out from Charlotte on the My Trade Hub she mentioned. I want practical examples like, so do youth, women-led SMEs, do they have to pay a fee if to be on it? And you mentioned there are some trade opportunities or trade transactions you've closed. Is there a service charge for that? I want a practical example. So that is something I want to find out. Then also for both banks, I want to understand, I know some of you are working with MasterCard and others. We are from the capacity side, so you get to work with a lot of SMEs on the agribusiness space especially. what are the new things you are doing? Because I just heard someone mentioning challenges. We keep hearing when you come, you have to open an account. Then after this, you'll be but what are the new things you are doing to support youth and women-led businesses? Because each day, the issues are always the same: data saturation,